He's on 90 points with the 69 of Tommy Hart, 95 at O'Bailey on 65, and just 1 point further back on 64 in fourth place. It was a run of fourths for Seth Comer in the 78 Kart. Cadet Rock, you should be making your way to the dummy grid. Time is running out for you. Still waiting on the rest of the drivers to come to the grid for the pre-final for Cadet Rock. Just on 1 minute until release time. You certainly don't want to miss out on going out the gate for that pre-final. 16 laps it is for all of our pre-finals here this morning. Pole position start. 14, Braxton Cravanger. Grid number 2 for the 69 of Tommy Hart. Grid 3 is 95 at O'Bailey. Grid 4 for the 78 of Seth Comer. Grid 5 for 22, Daniel Lucas. Grid 6 start for 87, Charles Taylor. Grid 7 for the number 7 of Jaden Buttermore. Grid 8 for the 27 of Jack Hoare. Grid 9 is the 75, Scott Rennie Edwards. Grid 10 for 24, Matt Heapy. Grid 11 is 54, Charlie Clark. 20 of Indy Irwin will go from grid 12, and grid 13 start for the number 12 of Jay Hewlett. That's how they'll stack them up. It's the APL Windows Solution CIK Trophy of New Zealand at the Porter Group Park Raceway, day number 2, and we're about to go racing. Saw some fantastic races from our cadet class yesterday. These youngsters certainly putting in the effort. See that rain just slowly start to fall here in Hamilton. It was predicted. It's a little bit later than they thought. Vortex Rock DBS Junior, your release time for your pre-final, 9:20. Hope you all enjoyed your stay in Hamilton and surrounding areas last night. Thank you to the Hamilton Club for putting me up at the VK Motor Lodge. Comer just coming to the dummy grid now. Last driver there, I think. No, still got the 22. He's also coming in. Daniel Lucas from Hamilton. Drivers very, very lucky that gate hasn't been open and drivers sent out. We're just past 9 o'clock. They fire them up. Let's go racing, race fans. Slightly greasy racetrack's going to make it interesting here in the first pre-final. It's a great horsepower leveler though, isn't it? We might see some different results from yesterday. Can't wait for our finals later on today. Cadet Rock's going to have a 20-lap final later on today. So too will VMR. Everybody else, huge 28 laps. Already got one off at turn 1. It's the wake-up call. Sometimes you need that. Just trying to get a handle on who's on the wet setups. Pretty much looks like I think everybody is running wet. There is a couple at the back of the grid there that are still on the slicks. Look like the 12 cart there of Jay Hewlett from Hamilton. Hewlett Transport Limited sponsored driver, running on slick setup. Well, the tail enders are going to need to get a hurry up here if they want to join this grid and go racing next time by. Those out in front just need to back it down a little bit. Pole position for Cravanger. Invercargill driver, sponsored by Caltex Queenstown, Veloci Karting. Well, it'll be interesting to see if they let this go. We've still got 3 carts back here. They're struggling to keep up with that grid. Fair to say, though, the drivers out the front there, they were running a little bit too hot a pace. Certainly won't have time throughout the day to be able to do 3 laps here on our out laps, because the last final due to go out around 20 past 4. And they are going to send them around once more. Should have contact with the tower today as well, so I know when that the green light is about to go out. Well, that looks much better formation this time. Glasshouse Property Management, Cadet Rock pre-final, 16 laps about to get underway with Cravanger on pole, Hart on 2. Addo Bailey on 3, Coma's on 4. Who will be the master of wet conditions? It's making it even harder for me to see that top hairpin this time. Coming down to face the start this time. Let's go racing. Great start from Cravanger on the inside. Everybody clean through turn 1. Let's have a look at turn 2 as there's a challenge up on the outside in third. The switchback. Cravanger's gone back to third place. Hart is your race leader. He will lead through the infield on lap number 1. Young Tommy Hart from Manawatu. In front of Coma in second place. Cravanger comes in hard down the inside at Clubhouse. Retakes second place, but Coma's going to have a look back on the inside. Coma will go through. Cravanger back to third. Addo Bailey's there in fourth. Great opening half a lap, though, for Tommy Hart as they charge up to the top hairpin for the first time. Final call for number 11 VMR, 64 KZ2. 54 KZ2 and 93 KZ2. 11 VMR, 64 KZ2, 54 KZ2, 93 KZ2. To the clerk of the course immediately, please. Hart trying to open up this race lead here. Cravanger is still pushing hard here in third place. Addo Bailey hasn't found a way by. Then we'll go back to fifth place, which is the 87 of Charles Taylor. And behind Taylor, the number 7 of Jaden Buttermore from Taranaki. into Irwin, cart number 20, just dropping down through Corkscrew. Then we go to the 27, Jack Hoare from Manawatu. There's the 12, Jay Hewlett, running, I think, on a slick setup. I'm just having a look. It's hard to tell the difference, actually, from up here in this box. Then it's the 24 of Matty Heapy from Tokoroa. Here comes the challenge down the inside at 1. I'll tell you what, Cravunga, he's a brave young driver. Steams into those corners under wet conditions. Came off turn 1 nice and clean that time. Retook that second place position. Now let's see if he can get his mojo on and close up on Tommy Hart, who has managed to pull a bit of a gap over the rest of the field. Look at the difference in entry speed there. Cravunga real nice and smooth through Clubhouse. Addo Bailey still in 4th place and behind Coma in the 78. 75 is Rennie Edwards, holding out the 54, Charlie Clark from East Bop. Onto the main straight for Tommy Hart. Manawatu and TRC Toyota sponsored driver, no surprise there. These two are having a fantastic race at the back. 12, Jay Hewlett, managing to hold out Matty Heapy in the 24 cart. Got real tight through Clubhouse corner. They'll be enjoying that. Coma looks like he's come through for 2nd spot. Cravunga has gone back to 3rd. You watch the pace, though, from Cravunga. He'll probably come steaming into this turn. Here he comes. Told you. He's going to go back up the inside, retake 2nd place. Will Addo Bailey in the 95 be able to... Will he be able to find something out of this? As those two battle it out, he's in 4th. He might be able to slip through for 2nd before this race is over. Meanwhile, it's allowing Tommy Hart in the 69 to stretch out in front. Pre-final grids, pre-final finish, determine your final grids. Glasshouse Property Management, great to be on board with this class, as well as APL Window Solutions. We can't mention them enough this weekend. Here's the move again down the inside at 2. Seth Coma covered it brilliantly. Here comes Addo Bailey. Bailey's got momentum on the outside, goes through for 3rd place, and Cravunga has gone back to 4th. He was a race leader a few laps ago. Tommy Hart has a quick look sideways. Here comes the 95. Addo Bailey start to make a challenge. Caution out at the Corkscrew. We must have a cart off down the bottom. There it is. I can see it. I don't know who it is. Wasn't one of the front runners. Looks like that rain is definitely falling a little bit harder now. If it wasn't quite a wet setup before, it most certainly will be next time out for our next class, which will be Vortex Rock DBS Junior. Your release time, 9:20. Vortex Rock DBS Junior, release time, 9:20. Well, look at the lead now that Tommy Hart has got. For a moment there, I thought, where's Tommy gone? He's so far out in front of this field right now, just casually looking over to see where everybody else is. About to go a lap down, the 87 of Charles Taylor. Coma making the pass on Taylor up the top hairpin. So they come back onto the main straight. You can see there, Tommy Hart just crossing the start finish to complete another lap. And he's already heading into turn number 2 before 2nd place comes across the start finish. And they're struggling a little bit there on that turn. Blue flags were out. That was for the 87. 2nd place is Coma in the 78. Tommy Hart again just casually glancing over. Interesting line into the pits right then. Where the field gets a little bit mixed up. Some of these back markers are still running actually quite a good pace, and they're in the mix with the race leaders. Hart will complete another lap. Coma in 2nd place. Now the 87 there of Charles Taylor is running strong pace, but I thought Taylor was further back down through the field. Was he the driver that was in the bags previously and is back out on the track now? Because that's thrown a spanner in the works for me. Comer's in second. I think Cravanger is third. We've got Buttermore in the number 7 just in front of the 95. Live timing would be a real big help up here in these wet conditions, that's for sure. Now Tommy Hart just continuing to extend out that race lead. Just past commentary down here at turn number 4 before he drops back down at turn 5 into the corkscrew. Well perfect at the moment. Comer in the second spot. Third place for the 14 of Braxton Cravanger. Then it's the 87 of Taylor. 95 at O'Bailey. 7 of Jaden Buttermore. 75 Scott Rennie Edwards. 54 Charlie Clark. 20 Indy Irwin. Long way around this racetrack for 16 laps for these youngsters. Going to be even harder for them in that final later on this afternoon after the lunch break. Still pushing hard there, the 24 of Matt Heapy. Close race for third and fourth place. Cravanger trying to hold out the 87. Taylor's come on in the second half of this race. Liberty Builders and Savoy Charters are his sponsors. At O'Bailey, who was looking strong early laps, just fading just a little bit here in the 95. Still picking up solid position though for that final later on today. Jaden Buttermore in behind him in the number 7. Tommy Hart's completed another lap. So far out in front. This really is a dominating drive. Will give this youngster huge confidence going into the final later on. Vortex Rock, DBS Junior. All you drivers should be on the grid. Vortex Rock, DBS Junior. There's 5 minutes till release time. Well, Cravanger in the 14 card is trying to close up once again on Comer in the 78. Maybe that race for position is not over. Of course, racing for the KartStars New Zealand Point Series also. That brand new innovative series, thanks to Kartsport New Zealand. Kicked off last week at City of Sales, ran alongside that championship. And we also have Rock Cup points on offer here this weekend. So really 3 championships in one. That's value for money for sure. There is a Carter off at turn 1. And I think that was one of the top 3. That might have been Cravanger, in fact, in the 14. And it was. It certainly was. Braxton Cravanger from Invercargill. Put it on the grass. I can't even call it the green stuff. Put it on the brown stuff at turn 1 and comes charging back up the inside at Clubhouse. He definitely has the fastest entry speed of any of these young drivers. But it's about putting a consistent lap together, and that is what Tommy Hart is doing so well at the moment. It's like he's driving a slot car and just on rails. Of course, he'll have some fantastic setup knowledge in behind him and his team. Look forward to watching that young man's career progress. So we have a change in the top 3 now with Cravanger ending up on the grass. So that would put still the 78 of Comer in second place. He was already there. And third place now I think will be the 87 of Charles Taylor from Auckland. Fourth place will be 7, Jaden Buttermore. And 75, Scott Rennie Edwards. Rennie's in a good drive here with the 95 of Ad O'Bailey. And right behind 14, Braxton Cravanger, who's just trying to salvage something. Indy Irwin Still holding up 54 of Charlie Clark. So we can't have too many more laps left to go here in this pre-final. Thanks to Glasshouse Property Management. We can see our Vortex Rock DBS Juniors lining up on the grid for their pre-final. Here's a move by Cravanger up the inside at turn 1. Nice pass for the youngster, and he's going to dive down the inside at 2. It's getting tight. Oh, we got one on the grass. Possible contact there at turn 2. Was that the 75, I think, of Rennie Edwards? Eastern Bay of Plenty club driver trying to get the pace back up into that cart. Doing the jig in the seat. Cravanger gets in front of 95 Addo Bailey. Cravanger trying to limit the damage. Meanwhile, Tommy Hart is totally annihilating this field. I commentated, cursed a couple of drivers yesterday. I've got to be cautious not to do that today. It's the curse of the black jelly bean. It's a real thing. Actually exists. We're almost running out of laps. I see the flag man standing out in the little, up on the tower. As soon as he comes out of that little box, I know that we're nearly finished racing. Last lap board, I would imagine, is about to come out. Tommy Hart's just on a different planet at the moment from the other youngsters. But this is only pre-final. It all comes down to who goes across the line in that 20-lap final later on. Tommy Hart, 1 lap to go. Tommy Hart catching up to one of the back markers as well. So with CIK, if you get lapped, you get a blue flag, you come in. Your race is done. Tommy Hart possibly will catch the 24 before the end of this race, but that won't matter because Hart will have completed the race and the 24 will get a finishing result as well. Homer in second, he's been solid. He'll go back to his pit and figure out what they need to do to contain that 69 cart out in front. Could be different conditions for them later on this afternoon. It might be heavier rain, it may not. Who knows? Tommy Hart across the line for an absolutely dominating pre-final victory. The number 69 from Manawatu, he'd like to thank Manawatu and TRC Toyota. Certainly like to thank his mechanics as well for the setup of that kart. Great drive for second place for Seth Comer from Auckland, the Strata Networks driver. I'll try and pick up who finished up in third spot. I think it was eventually the 87 of Charles Taylor from Auckland, Liberty Builders, Savoy Charters. Well, there you go. That was the first of our pre-finals today. Cadet Rock, brought to you by Glasshouse Property Management and APL Windows Solutions. Vortex Rock, DBS Junior on the grid for their pre-final. Let's have a look at some results from yesterday. Heat 1, that went to the 55 of Sebastian Manson over the 4 of Tom Bewley, 9 of Lochiel McGregor and 30 of Jamie Thompson in 4th position. Heat 2, Tom Bewley had guns blazing. He reversed that result, taking out heat number 2 from 55, Sebastian Manson. National Schools champ Jay Irwin had a much better drive in the 3rd spot, with 4th for the 61 of Jake Young. Looking at the overnight points, Sebastian Manson, Tom Bewley tied on 90 points. Jay Irwin sits back there in 3rd on 64, and Jamie Thompson currently 4th in points on 62. Sebastian Manson, he will start from pole position in the pre-final. Alongside him, Tom Bewley. Grid number 3 for Jay Irwin with Jamie Thompson on 4. Jake Young will go from 5. Jacob Bellamy, grid 6. Lochiel McGregor on 7. Harry Scott goes from grid number 8. Daniel McMillan will go from 9. Jack Amon from grid 10. Dylan Jessup off grid 11. Finn Shelp will go from 12. Isaac Fletcher off grid 13. Jai Woolhouse from grid 14. Dakota Scott, grid 15. Lily Taylor from grid 16. James Joyner will round out the grids on 17. Vortex Rock DBS Junior, proudly brought to you this weekend by Supreme Kart Supplies and Engines. Currently just a couple of minutes past schedule. Thanks again to KartStars service as well for the recovery vehicle. Lovely day here in Hamilton. The only bonus for me about it, my car's getting a wash. Because I tell you what, every bug that ever existed on the Napier Taupo Road must have been out in force yesterday morning. And when you looked at the front of my car, it looked like it needed to give it a shave. At least they'll all be washed off on the way home. Almost ready to release Vortex Rock DBS Junior, brought to you by Supreme Kart Supplies and Engines. Who will win the pre-final? It's one apiece so far for the front row. Rotax Max Lights, your pre-final. Release time, 9:40. Rotax Max Light, your pre-final. Release time, 9:40. Much better outlap for the juniors this time, backing it down so that we can go racing within a couple of outlaps. Still no stickers on the side of the 55 kart there for Sebastian Manson. Kind of the old school look. Well, will the fast drivers from yesterday still be the fast drivers today? So often, wet conditions just absolutely change things up. The horsepower drag along that main straight, not such an issue in conditions like this. It's about being clean off the corner and keeping up momentum in the revs. And the juniors are looking good this time. Vortex Rock DBS Junior pre-final, thanks to Supreme Kart Supplies and Engines. We're about to go racing this time. Let's have a look at the lights. Here we go. Big dive from the second row. Can he turn it? No, he can't. And takes the 55 of Manson off. Contact at the rear of the field. Bend axle for someone there at the back. Well, that changed everything. Manson unfortunately got taken wide. He was the victim in that one. That's no question about that. It's the 61 of Jake Young out in front. The Hamilton youngster leading out from Bewley. Third place there is Lochiel McGregor. Fourth place now will be the 15 of Dylan Jessup. Manson's going to have to charge through the field. 44, that's Vin Schell, Canterbury driver, as we've got 3 karts off at turn 1 in that incident. Unfortunately, some first turn heroes settles them down for that second race, though. Young out in front. Being closed up, though, by Bewley. Oh, the 9 kart of McGregor's gone off at turn 1. The kart just went straight on. That's 4 karts. Here's Bewley to the inside. Bewley takes the pass, takes the lead away from Young. Third place is Manson. Manson has stormed back through to a top 3 already. Fourth place, Isaac Fletcher in the 96. Another of the Canterbury youngsters here this weekend. We have got 5 karts off at turn, no, still 4, I can't count. He just didn't go to the infield, he pushed it to the out of the track. That's why we've possibly still got a caution out of that area, I would have thought. Yeah, we can see the lights, waving the flag. No passing at turn 1. Mind you, that's not a bad thing for these juniors here after those opening laps. Bewley trying to drive away. Young going with him. Young sideways, speedway style through the infield. Looks spectacular, but is it fast? Manson in 3rd spot. 4th place for Fletcher. 5th place is 15. Dylan Jessup holding out the 80 of Harry Scott. Then it's Bellamy. In behind Bellamy, we'll have kart number 90 of Jai Woolhouse. Then it's the 7 of Daniel McMillan. 5 is there also, James Joyner. Well, we've got that many karts at turn 1. It looks like we've got a display going on. Still Bewley out in front. Gary Douglas Engineers, number 4 from Hawke's Bay. Wants to thank Newports as well and PDS Logistics. He was a Heat 2 race winner yesterday. Can he back it up on day 2 with a pre-final victory? Praga kart. Manson salvaging something here with that 3rd place position at the moment. Nice move down the inside for the 90 of Woolhouse. Muscled his way past the 80 of Harry Scott. And a good race developing between McMillan and the 7 kart out of Hawke's Bay and the Tokoroa youngster number 5, James Joyner. Caution out down here at the bottom as well of Corkscrew. That was possibly a driver around maybe 4th or 5th position. There's a huge gap now between 3rd and 4th. 3rd is definitely Manson. He's recovered nicely. And Bewley's not able to drive away from Jake Young. Jake's driving a great drive here, the Hamilton youngster. He obviously has done some laps here in the rain. Definitely can work in a local driver's favour. There's another one down there in the bags at turn 1. It's coming in a little bit too hot down there at turn 1. Very greasy conditions. But it's the same for everybody. Bewley staying on the racetrack. And that gap absolutely static. It is not growing for 2nd place. But I'll tell you, it looks to me like Manson's possibly the fastest on the racetrack at the moment. Go back to the race lead, and Bewley's still in front. Jake Young has closed that gap, but look how quickly Manson is coming on. Manson is definitely the fastest. Does he have the laps to challenge for a top 2 position? If he does, what a comeback that'll be. The way they rail those curbs down here at turns 4 and 5. Solid drive up here in 4th place. I know we've lost National Schools champ Jay Irwin, so he's one of those drivers parked up at turn 1. McMillan in the 7, he's managed to drive away from the 5 of James Joyner. And it's game on out in the front. Bewley comes under attack now from Young. Young was fast at turn 1, dives to the inside. Look how fast Manson caught them. Manson took about 8 kart lengths out of them in that lap. He is now in this race. Bewley, who we thought might have just driven away, look at Young. Young is so spectacular through the infield, and it must be working for him because he's just passed the man that was leading for most of this pre-final. And Manson is back in with a chance to win this pre-final. Who would have thought that after the shenanigans there at turn 1? Shenanigans, that's an old word. Let's have a look as they charge along the main straight. Young is the race leader. He was fast through turn 1. And Manson has got through for second place, and Manson's going to have a look at the top spot. This is unbelievable driving for the youngster. Young just swings a little wide off turn 2. Manson's buried in the back of that kart. You have a look at Young through the infield. He gets it sideways. Speedway, drifting. We know what sport he's going to do when he's older. Here comes Manson, new race leader. But for how long? Well, he muscled his way in, and he'll lead them down through Corkscrew. He's come from, I don't know, maybe 6th or 7th position after being taken wide on turn 1 and is now back in the lead. Bewley's the one that's faded slightly. He's gone back to 3rd, and it looks like he's losing touch. Manson just drove away off that hairpin. Incredible drive for the 55. No sign of that white flag yet. Last lap board just yet. Too many speedway meetings. Manson, Young, Bewley. Look how far back 4th is. Just crosses the start-finish. The rest of the top 3 going through the infield. But a top 4 will still be a great result out of a pre-final, and that'll be Bellamy in 83. I've hardly talked about the Taranaki youngster, but Bellamy has quietly and effectively gone about his business here in this pre-final and could find himself on the front 2 rows for the final later on this afternoon. Harry Scott's in 5th place, 6th place, 15, Dylan Jessup. And still that battle rages between McMillan and Joyner. Joyner got closer that time, just loses a little bit through the infield. So I look out the combox window, and yep, there's plenty of rain coming down now. It's not too heavy, but it's definitely consistent. Bewley back through for 2nd place. Bewley showing he's still got some fight left in him. Here comes Young. He fires it up the inside at Clubhouse, retakes 2nd position. I don't know if I'd want to be on grid 2 for the final. I don't know, sometimes grid 3 can be a much better option. We just saw what happens if you're on the outside. Another kart in the bags. Stack them up. We're going to have more karts at turn 1 than we will down here in the pit chute at the end of this pre-final. Almost out of laps. Caution is out at 1. Manson continuing on. Young in 2nd place. Bewley's lost touch once again there in 3rd. Manson looking so good. That kart is seated on the racetrack. It doesn't even step out. Young's got a completely different style and a different setup, but it works for the youngster. Just so long as you're not burning up your tyres as well. You don't want to be doing that with a 28-lap final. Certainly going to be tyre preservation in KZ2. Bellamy just goes past commentary. Next up would be Harry Scott. Then the 15 as well of Dylan Jessup from Canterbury. He's got to thank Upright Scaffolding, Independent Fisheries and Littleton Engineering. I thought we would have seen the last lap board. Hasn't come out yet. And Manson is driving away. The amount of ground he made up and has now stretched out in a lead, that's staggering. This is a dominant performance and one that will play with the mindset of every other driver in this class come finals time. Rotax Max Light, your release time, 9:40. Rotax Max Light, release time, 9:40. I'll tell you what, I don't know about you guys, but it seems to me like we're going way more than 16 laps. It just seems to be going on and on and on this race. Maybe he's miscounted and he's running the final already. Bellamy's had a very lonely drive. Up there in 4th place position for the 83. Must be surely last lap board coming out next time. I can see the starter up there. Really does seem to have been a long race. Manson has caught some of the back markers, and the first of those to let him go by will be the 5 of James Joyner. The next one will be McMillan and the number 7. Their race will be done. They will have to come in next time by. And I think last lap board's about to come out. 55, Sebastian Manson. What a drive. Well, certainly the juniors will be much more wary of turn 1. Supreme Kart Supplies and Engines sponsoring the DBS junior class here this weekend. Manson, final time pass commentary. Jake Young still in 2nd spot. Bewley has closed back up on him a little bit. Bewley, though, might just be better off back there in 3rd place. Have a look as they come off the final hairpin. Manson has gone on to win it. Stunning drive. Bewley's in the draft along the main straight. But Young will hold on for 2nd place in the 61. 3rd place, the number 4, Bewley. 4th place, it's going to be the 83 of Bellamy. Certainly that was a race of attrition. And we count them up with those 5, possibly 6 karts parked up there at turn 1. Rotax Max Light, take note. going to take a little while to recover these junior drivers, because possibly need 3 trips. We've already got 2 carts on that Carter's recovery vehicle, and we've got another 6 parked up there at turn 1. So that'll be 3 trips indeed. We might end up about 10 minutes behind our schedule. It is Rotax Max Light that will be due out next for their pre-final. Let's have a look at some results from yesterday. Heat number 1, that went to the 16 of George Sampson, with 1NZ William Exton finishing in 2nd place in front of 95 Campbell Joyce and 14 of Darren Walker in 4th. Now that was the race and the class where 3 of our drivers were excluded from the event. Just minor clutch infringements, no advantages gained there, but just little things like clutches not being clean, things like that does make a difference. Affects the tolerance. And a few 5-second penalties in that race also. Max Lights heat number 2, 1NZ Exton. He started to show his class with the race win, with 16 of Sampson in 2nd, 92 Riley Spargo there in 3rd, and 97 William McDonald in 4th. So as they head into today on day 2, the points, there is a tie in 1st place with Exton and Sampson both on 90, and a tie for 3rd with 92 Spargo and Campbell Joyce on 64. That's your overnight points and a recap of the top 4 out of each heat race yesterday. For the Rotax Max Junior class, brought to you by Lascom Motorsport. Exton will start on pole position in the pre-final. Alongside him will be George Sampson, with Riley Spargo on grid 3 and Campbell Joyce off grid 4. William McDonald goes from 5, Darren Walker on 6, Scott McLaren 7, Taylor Payne will go from grid 8, Mac Burkett on 9, Trent Ingham on grid 10, Josh McDonald goes from 11, Ian Smith will go from grid 12. Results from the Cadet Rock pre-final. Tommy Hart taking the win from Seth Comer. Charles Taylor was 3rd. Addo Bailey finished 4th. Braxton Cravanger finished up in 5th place. Jaden Buttermore was 6th. Indy Irwin was 7th. Good result there for Indy. Charlie Clark finishing up in 8th. Scott Rennie Edwards was 9th. Matt Heapy on 10 was 10th. Jay Hewlett 11th. Jack Hoare finished up in 12th. Not classified, with it did not start for Daniel Lucas. Currently puts Tommy Hart top on points. Cravanger's 40 points behind, just 6 points further back than that is 78 Seth Comer. Too far away from that release time, just last group of carts to come back. We're only about 6-7 minutes behind the schedule. Hopefully we'll make that up throughout the day. Don't forget to grab some really nice food out of the club rooms there, people. And perhaps Fritz's Wieners will be back up and running. They haven't come and plugged in up the top here in the comp box, so I know they're not cooking just yet. Still need to keep those fluids going as well, even though it's raining. It's not quite as hot and muggy as it was yesterday. Incredibly, 8 carts out of that junior race ending up on the recovery vehicle. One of them, the National Schools champ, Jay Irwin, who's going to have some work to do in the final, but he will have 28 laps to do it. What can they do about the 55 of Manson? So fast in that pre-final. Almost release time for the third of the pre-finals here this morning. 125cc Rotax Max Light. They fire them up. Let's go Motorsport. Bringing you Max Light racing here this weekend at CIK. KZ2 Heavy required to the dummy grid. Your release time approximately 10 a.m. KZ2 Heavy, you are required to the dummy grid. Exton on pole, Sampson on 2. Were they watching that previous race and seeing what was going on there at turn number 1? It's that old, very familiar cliche. You cannot win it on turn 1, but you will certainly lose it. Except if you're Sebastian Manson, of course. Exton won heat number 2 yesterday. The form was starting to come back for the 1NZ. Brilliant title win down in Christchurch. Managing to hold out one of the legends of the sport. Good to see Matt Hamilton here today. So too Tiff Chittenden working hard. Giving some great advice there to Ollie Workman in the number 9 kart. Formation looking good this time as they come to face the lights. Lascon Motorsport, Rotax Max Light. William Exton, the Marlborough driver, sponsored by Tipar Wines, on pole position as we get ready to watch the lights. Very slow up over the hill this time. Let's go racing. Awesome start for Exton. He was ready and will lead them up into turn number 2. Everybody clean through turn 1. Railing that curb there on turn number 2. Exton out in front. Sampson managed to come through to second place. Third place there, 95 Joyce. Sampson already defending down the inside. Stopped Joyce in the 95 to make a pass. 92 Spargo's in fourth. Fifth place is Walker. Then it is Taylor Payne in the 70. Tight racing through Corkscrew. Joyce is looking quick early on, challenging on the outside of Sampson at the top hairpin. Will he get the run off the turn? Right in behind the 16 kart as they head up over the mountain. Exton with a brilliant opening lap. Here comes Joyce to the inside. Joyce makes the pass at turn number 1. He will go after the 1NZ of Exton. And remember, Joyce is a local driver. He's spun laps here in the wet before. He knows the fast line. He knows the idiosyncrasies of this track. Sampson's back in third place. Spargo fourth. I'll tell you who'll be loving these wet conditions will be the 14 of Darren Walker. And a fantastic race for that minor position here between the 97 of McDonald and the 70 of Taylor Payne. Payne from Hamilton battling it out with the Canterbury driver. Well, we thought Exton might have started to drive away, but the Rainmaster Campbell Joyce has said no chance of that, and he is challenging now on the race lead. Campbell Joyce, who struggled a little bit yesterday, well, he's struggling here, and he ran wide. So too did Exton, but Campbell Joyce came in sideways. Was very lucky not to hit up onto the brown stuff. Sampson still in third place. Spargo now diving through between the 14. Walker making a little bit of contact there. Still 1NZ of Exton in front. Joyce is right behind him. See Exton have a look back that time. KZ2 Heavy, your pre-final is next. And again, you see Joyce closes up on Exton. Exton just struggling a little bit at turn 2. He's good through the infield there, opens up another kart length. Joyce just sitting back, being smooth, staying off the curbing as well. Sampson in third, Walker back to fourth place now with Spargo relegated to fifth. Then the 97 of McDonald. Behind McDonald is Taylor Payne and 67 of Scott McLaren. Ian Smith there in the number 10 and the 28 of Trent Ingham. It's unfortunate that we lost Hero Sheridan yesterday. I was looking forward to watching that youngster all weekend. Top two have stretched away now from Sampson in third. Walker's looking fast. Walker is now up into that fourth place. Darren Walker, who's possibly coming in just a little bit heavier than some of these drivers. Don't quote me on that, I'm not really sure. He did that massive diet last year where it got him back into lights racing, but possibly still a slight disadvantage. We've got one off through the infield. Oh, it was one, it's Exton. Completely missed it. What happened to Exton through the infield? He's gone to the very rear of the field, a long, long way back. He's over half a lap behind the race leader now. Watching those battles as they drop down through the corkscrew at the rear of the field, completely missed Exton go round. And it's Campbell Joyce now out on his own in this pre-final. Sampson in second place, Walker in third, and Walker is closing in on Sampson for that second spot. Well, I was talking about Walker. He loves the wet. He says it's a leveler, and it certainly is proving to be that way in this pre-final. Exton will be kicking himself here. 1NZ's going to have a lot of work, but 28 laps to work his magic. Another lap completed for 95 Campbell Joyce. And Walker has caught Sampson. Spargo's not that far back either in fourth place. Fifth place McDonald in the 97. Taylor Payne, top 6. Walker closing in again on Sampson. There's only a kart length in it. But Tony Kart chasing the Praga. Ian Smith looking back to see where the 28 of Trent Ingham is. Well, can Exton catch anyone before this race is over? Very lucky he didn't go a lap down. He would have had to have come in. Walker's through for second place. Walker, though, wide off turn 1. Sampson back in the inside, takes the initiative. And Spargo is there as well. Three-way battle for second, third, fourth place. Spargo just a little bit slow off the entry there on that infield section. Gets a little sideways. Well, Walker will want to make that pass stick next time as well. Sliding wide at Clubhouse. Scott McLaren from Canterbury in the 67. 85's too far back though. Mac Burkett from Nelson, the Tasman Karts driver, wants to thank mum and dad also. Lascon Motorsport bringing you Rotax Max Light Racing this weekend at CIK Trophy of New Zealand, as well as our principal event sponsors, APL Windows Solutions. Check all these companies out on their websites, Facebook pages. You're going to need them at some stage. That's how it works. You support them, they keep supporting us in our sport. Campbell Joyce now just having a Sunday drive. Here comes Walker. Walker down the inside, makes the pass this time on Sampson and will lead that trio down through the bottom of corkscrew. Walker with fantastic bottom end pace off that bottom turn. Was able to open 2 or 3 kart lengths on them. Looks like we've got all our KZ2 heavies on the grid getting ready for their pre-final. That's up next. Sampson's under threat for the third place as now the 92 of Spargo starts to force the issue. One of the few Rotorua drivers here this weekend. We really haven't got a lot of drivers from Roto. Walker starting to drive away from Sampson. 85, Mac Burkett from Nelson. Then in 28 as well, Trent Ingham. He's in front of the 10 of Smith. And here comes the 1NZ of Exton. He's got by Smith, so that's one position he's managed to move forward on. Might just be able to grab another one before this race is done. We see the 95 of Joyce dominating the pre-final. Darren Walker catching that inside curving at turn 2. I think they're just trying to avoid that little bit of track issue there and taking a slightly tighter line than normal. Spargo, Racy now on the back of Sampson. 5th place for McDonald. 6th place is Payne. 7th place for McLaren in the 67 with a top 8 at the moment for 85, Mac Burkett. And here comes Exton up the inside. He'll make another move. Pays gets by 28, Trent Ingham. 2 places gained for Exton. No change in the race order. Still Sampson in 3rd. 4th place Spargo. Campbell Joyce is just, he's dominating it. We've seen dominating drives in each of our pre-finals so far. Back to the race leaders, we look at Campbell Joyce out in front. Three laps to go. Joyce dominating out in front. Darren Walker, brilliant drive for Darren. Up into that 2nd place position and able to drive away from Sampson and Spargo. William McDonald in 5th place. 97's got some good sponsors there as well. Leon Health Automation, MR Developments, and of course WKS Kart Store. Exton has managed to catch the 67 of McLaren and might yet get 2 more positions before this race is done. That would be a stunning comeback for him as well. If he can get 4 places gained before this pre-final is over, it's certainly going to help him out for the 28-lap final later on, still keeping him with a chance of this championship. Just 2 to go. We're almost done in this pre-final. Thanks to John Boswell for pointing out the timer board as well down there at turn number 1. We've never seen it all weekend, and now we know. So at least I'm going to be able to tell you now when it's the last lap board, and as it goes yellow, we know. 1 to go. Joy's already heading through the infield. Walker's back there at turn 2. That's the gap between 1st and 2nd. Joyce has been wheel perfect. Walker will be happy with this result here in second position. It's going to put him on that front row. And if they can try and get away early, it might just be enough to stop Exton catching them. Can't wait for that final later on. Checkers is out. Campbell Joyce is back to winning ways in the 95. The Hamilton driver dominating this pre-final for Rotax Max Light, brought to you by Lascom Motorsport. Walker the Stalker will finish up in second spot. Third place, 16 of Sampson. Fourth place to go, 92 Spargo. Top 5, 97 McDonald. Sixth place there, 70 of Taylor Payne. So let's have a look at where Exton finished up. Exton finishes up in 7th place. He's only on the 4th row. And he will, I'll tell you, a couple more laps, he may even yet have caught Taylor Payne. Such was the pace there from the 1NZ. But that just spices things up, doesn't it, for us, for that final race later on this afternoon. As we look now to the SD European KZ2's Heavies. Let's have a look at points from yesterday. There was an issue for the 44 Bugler in that opening heat race yesterday, but in heat 1 it was a win for 12 Connor Wilson. 99 Nick Tomlinson was showing consistent speed. He finished second with 96 Gary Cullum in third, and fourth place 7 of Gerhard Benedy. Heat number 2 with the clutch issue sorted. 44 Dan Bugler took the win from 12 Connor Wilson. 99 Tomlinson, 7 of Benedy. Points battle over the weekend after day 1. 12 of Connor Wilson currently leading the points on 90, with 44 Dan Bugler on 77. 99 Nick Tomlinson for 75 in third, and 96 Gary Cullum sitting there in fourth place in points on 65. That's your overnight summary for KZ2 Heavy, brought to you by SD European APL Windows Solutions. Connor Wilson goes from grid number 1. Dan Bugler, despite those issues in heat 1, Connor Wilson goes from grid 1 in the pre-final. Despite those issues in that first heat race yesterday, Dan Bugler will go on 2. Nick Tomlinson goes from grid 3, Gary Cullum 4, Gerhard Benedy on 5, Brendan Benedy 6, Jeremy Thornton will go from grid number 7. We're praying for a tight, close pre-final. Rotax Rock DVS Senior, your release time 10:20. Rotax Rock DVS Senior, your pre-final release time 10:20. SD European bringing you KZ2 heavy pre-final action this weekend. Connor Wilson on pole. Dan Bugler, grid 2, both heat race winners. Tom Wilson in the 99 has been Mr. Consistent. Gary Cullum always up there featuring somewhere in those results. Two Auckland drivers, 2 Toke, 3 Ham. Well, the starts are going to be interesting for KZ2 today. Explode off that wet track, it'll be about limiting wheel spin. Green flags at the back. Who's going to make the start on the front row? Great start from Wilson. So too from the second row. Bugler's back to third. Wilson a little bit deep on turn 1. Drops back to third spot. It's Tom Wilson out in the race lead. Bugler in second place. Wilson's there in third. Great start for the 99. Fired it off the second row, and he will lead the charge. Defends it tightly down here at Clubhouse, and Bugler looks to make a run on the inside. Tom Wilson will still have the advantage on the drop down through Corkscrew. Keep an eye on Bugler. Already having a look to the outside as that run up to the top hairpin. Tom Wilson defending again. Wilson's trying to recover back here in third place. So there was a mistake there from Wilson. Look how much track position he lost. Tom Wilson's fast in a straight line. Can he get around turn 1? He goes deep. Here comes Bugler. Bugler to the inside. New race leader. Tom Wilson back to second place. Wilson will have to recover in fourth, and then it's the third, and then in fourth it's the 96, I think, of Cullum, the 7 of Gerhard Benedy. Brendan Benedy's in the 9, then it's the 77 of Thornton. Thornton looking a little bit more competitive in these wet conditions. Well, Bugler will want to take control of this pre-final. We talked about the issues he had yesterday. Sorted those clutch issues for Heat 2 and comes storming back with a race win. And he's defending really tightly down here at Clubhouse Corner. Tom Wilson has a quick look back in second spot to see if the 12 of Connor Wilson is closing. Wilson made that mistake 2 laps ago up here at the top hairpin and dropped so much track time. Really did drop him out of contention for those top 2 places, and it all depends whether he can fight his way back. Still a long way to go in this race, 13 laps. Tom Wilson, as I said, Mr. Consistent yesterday. Briefly led this pre-final with a brilliant start off that second row. And looks like he's got good pace here in this pre-final. Still Cullum in fourth. Thornton has moved up top 5 in front of both of the Benedys. Now this is promising driving for Jeremy Thornton, who, fair to say, was off the pace yesterday, the Auckland driver. But now is in front of both the 7 of Gerhard and the 9 of Brendan Benedy. Bugler trying to keep it clean, staying on that brown stuff. And that grass will be loving this rain here this weekend. Quick wipe of the visor there for Bugler. Tom Wilson again looking back, just needs to focus forward. Connor Wilson hasn't made any inroads on that position of second place. Neither has Cullum in fourth. Here's all the action right there. Good 3-way race for those positions. Thornton in front of the Benedis. 11 laps to go. Vortex Rock, DBS Senior to the dummy grid. Vortex Rock, DBS Senior to the dummy grid for your pre-final. KZ2 Heavy brought to you by SD European. No change in the race order. Looks like the 9 of Brendan Benedy just starting to lose touch a little bit in that battle between the 77 of Thornton and Gerhard Benedy in the number 7. Gerhard looks like he might start mounting a challenge on Thornton in the next lap or two. Thornton, though, has got some serious bottom end pace in that KZ2. Opens the gap up, and he's driving consistently enough to make it hard work for the Benedys. Bugler obviously maintaining that lead, and it's about the same sort of gap back to third place there from Tombleson in second as well. Connor Wilson just hasn't been able to recover, and maybe Connor Wilson's thinking about that grip position for the final. He is definitely struggling for front end grip, Connor Wilson. We saw it right there, just understeered through Clubhouse Corner. Gerhard Benedy still chasing after what happened to Brendan? Looks like he had an issue there at turn 1, might have turned it round, and it's dropped him right to the back, and he'll be in danger of getting lapped by 44 Bugler in a few laps time. We've still got 9 to go. We're not even half race distance yet in this pre-final. Going to be a long 28 laps for this class, that's for sure. Cullum still in 4th place in the 96 Praga. Thornton really hit that curb hard down here at Clubhouse Corner. He'll need backfilling again after this weekend. Not too much to talk about on the track action at the moment for the pre-final. We are half race distance. And down the chute, he's done for the number 9, Brendan Benedy from Hamilton, electing to come down early before he got lapped by the 44 of Bugler, who was closing in rapidly. Tombleson 2nd, 3rd place Wilson, Cullum 4th, 5th place Thornton, and even the 7 of Gerhard Benedy now has dropped right back. I'm not sure if Thornton's aware of that. He should be, no, maybe he can't see over those banners to know where the 7 card is. On Vision, sponsored from Auckland, Gerhard Benedy. Thornton, another of the Auckland drivers. Just less than 6.5 laps to go. To the final 6 laps. DBS Senior, you should be making your way to the dummy grid for your pre-final. DBS Senior. Bugler working his way through the infield with 5 to go. Sodi driver. Auto and Marine Electrics, IKS, and Wobbly Pipes. They're the sponsors on board for the 44 of Dan Bugler from Hamilton. Three-quarters of the race gone. 4 to go now. Gerhard Benedy still out there on the racetrack in number 7. Wide turn there for Clubhouse for the 12 of Connor Wilson. Not sure what's going on there. Very easy for a driver to go to sleep, though, when you're in a race like this. Everyone well spread out. 3 to go for Bugler. It's just a matter of keeping the cart on the racetrack. Benedy still running those laps. Doesn't look like he'll improve his position. Possibly if I was Gerhard, I would be coming down the chute and getting preparation ready for that final, saving the engine and tyres. Good drive though for Tompelson in the second position. Interesting to see what Connor Wilson can do in that final. Two to go for Bugler. Slipping through that infield here for the 44. He's not that far back from the 7 of Benedy. Column in 4th place in the 96. Looks like he's running the same pace as the 12 of Connor Wilson. Wilson trying some different lines out there on the racetrack. Last lap, borders out. 1 to go. DVS Senior, you should all be on the dummy grid for your pre-final. And finally we see Benedy come down early. Just 1 lap short. Smart move, then you get to be at the front of the weigh-shed scales as well. About to cross the stripe for a dominating pre-final win. Second win in a row over the weekend for the 44 of Bugler. He comes up over the crest of the hill. The checkered flag awaits. Bugler will take the victory. Second place will go to Tompelson in the 99. Puts him on the front row for the final. Third place will be Connor Wilson. He's a little way back. Fourth place, 96, Cullum. Fifth place, his best result of the weekend so far, 77, Jeremy Thornton. 6 will go to 7, Gerhard Benedy. And 7th place, the 9 of Brendan Benedy. Rotax Rob DBS Senior. Brought to you by Veloce Karting. They are out on the racetrack now for their pre-final. Michael McCulloch took heat number 1 from 93, Jacob Cranston, 46, Evan Williams, and 71, Chris Vanderdrift finished up in 4th place. Heat number 2 was a win for 93, Cranston, 71, Vanderdrift in 2nd, 15, Natoa was in 3rd, and 88, Vanderberg, finishing up in that 4th spot. Points overnight, 93, Cranston is the points leader on 90, national champ McCulloch on 75, and currently 3rd in those points, 71 at Chris Vanderdrift on 72, with 15 Natoa sitting in the top 4 on 65. Pre-final grid, Cranston on pole position, alongside him 1NZ Michael McCulloch, Manawatu clubmates. Vanderdrift on 3, Natoa is on 4, Evan Williams goes from 5 with Vanderberg on 6, Darren Walker goes from 7, McDonald on 8, Townsend on 9, Jason Land will go from grid 10. Rotax Max Junior, your pre-final is next. Release time approximately 10:40. Rotax Max Junior, release time approximately 10:40. Keeping on Darren Walker this time as well, the number 14, who had a great drive in that previous class, showed that he knows what to do in the rain. Track is drying a little bit. Rain is not falling currently here in Hamilton at the Porterbury Park Raceway. As we get ready to go, lights out. Oh, McCulloch did it all on his own that time. The national champion's gone to the rear. McCulloch is having a nightmare weekend, fair to say. Already excluded from one class and now has turned himself around on the first turn of lap 1. Vanderdrift is the race leader. Williams in 2nd place. Here comes Walker. Told you, keep an eye on Walker. Cranston's back to 4th. Cranny started on pole. Already back in 4th place, but that's still better than McCulloch, who's trying to push start that DBS Senior. And I think he has given up. Oh, and disgusted with himself. You see him throw the back of that cart down, not happy at all. And McCulloch is going to have to work his magic from the rear of the field, and that is worth waiting for. Vanderdrift, the race leader. Walker is up to 2nd, but it's the 71 of Vanderdrift. Hamilton driver in front from Bay of Plenty's Darren Walker. 46 Williams, another Hamilton driver, sits there in 3rd. 4th place is Cranston from Manawatu, and here comes Vanderberg from Hawke's Bay. Jamie Vanderberg tries to make the move, but around the outside goes the 93 of Cranston. Drops back down through Corkscrew. We've got a good race developing here, and Vanderdrift knows that Walker's there. He just looked over his left shoulder on the run up to the top hairpin, and Walker's looking fast. He's buried in the back of that cart as they head along the main straight. Walker's in the draft. Will he make a move? We've got another driver that was off here at turn 2. We've got 2 carts off in that corner, in fact. One of them was 73 Townsend from Hawke's Bay. Walker is your race leader. Well, I called it. I said keep an eye on him. Natoa is out. That's unfortunate for the number 15. Well, Darren Walker come from grid number 7. And Walker will be praying for rain. If you're wondering where he is later and he's not at his pit site, he'll be over in one of the back paddocks performing an Indian rain dance. It's tight in this race, but not for the first place position because Walker is driving away. Well, are we going to see a bit of sunshine here? Is this track going to dry out today, or is it going to be one of those days that everyone doesn't like, where it's wet, dry, wet, dry, wet, dry? It's a harder decision to make than when you go to a Chinese takeaway. Walker starting to stretch away from Vanderdrift, and Williams there in 3rd spot. Cranston hasn't been able to fire so far in this pre-final. Townsend's still out on the track. but we have lost, of course, 15 Ngātoa and the 1NZ of McCulloch on that first turn incident. Ngātoa was 2 or 3 laps later. Ed Williams starting to put pressure on Vanderdrift. Cranston's in 4th, Vanderberg's 5th, 6th place is McDonald. Rotax Max Junior, you should be making your way to the dummy grid for your pre-final. Well, the gap continues to grow with Walker out in front. Here comes Williams to the inside. Townsend's gone off. Townsend, who was running at the rear of the field after an issue, has gone to the grass, will park it up on the exit of turn 2. And his race is well, it will be done. He's now gone a lap down, so even if he restarts, he'll have to come in the chute. Change in 2nd and 3rd place as Williams went through. Vanderdrift is now 3rd. Cranston is 4th. Vanderberg is in 5th. McDonald 6th. 7th place will be the 9 of Jason Land. And Townsend pushes it to the safety of the barriers. 11 to go for Walker. Well, we really are seeing some drivers struggle with these conditions today. It's been such a hot summer. Perhaps some of these drivers have forgotten what it's like to race in the rain. Not so Walker. Well, Jason Land has just turned it round at turn 1. And remember, the DVS karts direct drive, and he's not even going to try and attempt to restart that. So we've lost the 9 of Jason Land also. Just like the old days of direct drive club class Yamahas. Although I do believe a Yamaha was a bit easier to restart than one of these DVS seniors. Brought to you by Veloce Karting. It's a cool class, great little punchy motor. Does teach you to be absolutely wheel perfect. It's all about keeping up the revs in a direct drive kart. You can't afford to let those revs bog down. No clutch system there to help pull you off the turn. Still Walker in front, Williams in 2nd place, Vanderdrift, Cranston, Vanderberg, McDonald. And that's it. No one else left running on the track with those 4 karts parked up over at turn 1 and 2. And we've got some fast drivers that will start nearer the back of the field in the 28-lap final. I'm looking forward to that. None more so than McCulloch and Ngātoa as well. Williams made a mistake at turn 1. Made a square corner out of a round one. And Vanderdrift was able to close up a little bit more. He's still about 4 kart lengths back. Cranston's still back there in 4th place. I'm surprised Cranny hasn't got more pace. The Tony kart in front of the 2nd of those Tony karts there, the 88 of Jamie Vanderberg. Remember, Vanderberg is running high in those Rock DVS points, currently in 3rd. Leading the Rock points for KartStars New Zealand, Ayrton Williams with Caleb Ngātoa, who was 2nd. But Ngātoa hasn't done his points battle any favours here this weekend. 7 to go for the race leader. Over half race distance now. Cranston. What is up with Cranston? Has he got a mechanical, or is Cranston thinking to himself, I'm counting up how many karts are parked up. I know what position I'm going to finish in. I'm happy just to come down the chute early. I'll start on grid 5 for the final. Has he just made a smart move, or is there a mechanical issue for Cranston? Kart seems to be running okay as it came in. Six to go for Walker. Walker has already had a great drive in Rotax Max Light. Max Junior, your release time, approximately 10:40. You should be all on the dummy grid right now. So we'll have a bit of kart recovery after this one. Five to go. Spread out field for DBS Senior. Van der Berk up into that top 4 position now though, in number 88. Sponsored by John's Bakery and Cafe. Big Noise, East Coast Packaging. I know all about those companies, having been from Hawke's Bay myself. Almost into the final quarter of this pre-final. Thanks to Veloce Karting and APL Windows Solutions. Getting closer to the mighty VMR as well. They're just 2 races away. You can hear them warming up in the pits already. Walker's going to be ecstatic with this. Kart setup's looking absolutely perfect. He'll be hoping it's the same, similar conditions for the final later today. Long time away yet for that final. They don't come back out again until around 25 to 3. Huge, massive gap between races. Three to go. Walker, Williams, Van der Drift, Van der Berk, McDonald. Two laps showing on the board this time as Walker goes across. Just catches the inside curb there at turn 1. Got to be careful now not to make a mistake in these closing laps. See that racing line just starting to slightly dry. Still a greasy track though. It's definitely still a wet setup. Too greasy to go out there on a slick setup. It's not going to dry between now and the end of the next pre-final. Last lap board will be showing. 1 to go for Walker. He has backed it down considerably. Gazette and Williams, we can see, closed the gap. Walker, he's an experienced racer. He knows what he needs to do to bring this home, and we'll get to start on grid position number 1 for the final. Williams should be on the front row. Van der Drift back there in 3rd. Van der Berk in 4th, McDonald in 5th. Then I'm guessing it'll be a 6th place start for Townsend. No, it might be a 6th place start for Land in the 9. 7th place start for Townsend. 8th for Natoa, and off the back for 1NZ McCulloch. Walker's won it. Controlled that early on in that race, just drove away, maintained the gap. Williams, good drive up into 2nd spot. Van der Drift in 3rd, Van der Berk 4th, and McDonald 5th. Rotax Max Junior, brought to you by Dr. Plummer. Heading out the gate for the pre-final. Vortex Mini Rock, your release time approximately 11 a.m. Vortex Mini Rock, your release time approximately 11 a.m. Rotax Max Junior, let's look back to yesterday. Heat 1 was a win for 2NZ Sebastian Manson. We've already seen how fast he is today. 90 of Oscar Jackson was second, with a 42 of Ashton Phipps in third. New Zealand Schools champion Jay Irwin finished up in fourth. It was a dominating heat race for Sebastian Manson, taking out heat number 2 as well. 10 of Emerson Vincent finishing up in second. 42 Ashton Phipps, consistent with 2 third places over yesterday's first day. And 43 Riley Boswell picking up the top 4 position. Overnight points, Manson on a maximum 100. Oscar Jackson on 70 and a tie for that second place with Ashton Phipps. And just a further point back on 69, currently fourth, number 10, Emerson Vincent. Pre-final grid, Rotax Max Junior, thanks to Dr. Plummer and APL Windows Solutions. Sebastian Manson obviously on grid position number 1. Oscar Jackson on 2, Ashton Phipps on 3. Emerson Vincent on 4. Riley Boswell 5, Jay Irwin will go from 6 with Ollie Workman on 7. Matt Johnston goes from grid 8. Ethan Church on 9. Arthur Braun goes from grid 10. Dylan Jessup off 11. Sam Thompson on 12. Raymond Malin will go from 13. Ethan Sayer grid 14. Ryder Nicholson goes off grid number 15 with Taylor Mitchell from grid 16. Grid 17 start for Robert Maisie. Ali Hewlett will go from 18. Aston Thornton on 19. And Ethan Holland will go from grid 20 with a grid 21 start for Jacob Lucas. Coming round to face a start next time by. 16 laps, pre-final. Rotax Max Junior, the big field, brought to you by Dr. Plummer. Well, Manson really has been the standout. He was fastest qualifier and has dominated both heat races. Can he keep that win? Can he keep the streak going? He already has done that in his previous class here, DBS Junior. Lights out. Great start, Manson. Will this big field get through turn 1 cleanly? Yes, they will. Phipps is looking fast early on. We saw that yesterday as well. Phipps, great kart speed early on in those heat races. He's gone a little wide though through the infield. Diving through, Vincent takes up second place. Phipps is back to, oh, they are firing it in there. Contact. Well, that was a chain reaction. Oh, and Riley Boswell gets caught up. And the 9 of Workman from Nelson, the Armand Auto, Stump Grinding Services and Keep It Simple Solutions. He unfortunately didn't keep it simple there at that clubhouse corner, and he will park it up on the grass. It got very tight on those opening few corners, and unfortunately Boswell was one of the victims of it. It's 2NZ out in front. Vincent second place, Phipps is in third. Well, the 2NZ of Manson leading another race here in this class. Fourth place here is the 90 of Oscar Jackson. Then it's Jay Irwin, the National Schools champ. 48, Matthew Johnston from Auckland. Johnston under pressure for that position. Vortex Mini Rock, approximate release time 11 a.m. Manson starting to open up the gap. Oh, he went wide a little bit there off turn 1. Again, rails that curb at turn 2. What pace has Vincent got? He needs to start to get into the mindset of Manson, or Manson's confidence will continue to grow. See how hard Vincent tries that turn 4 curbing. Issues there, 31. Ethan Church from Mount Wellington, just struggling a little bit with turn-in. And Boswell's already, well, great for Riley. He's already steamed past 4 karts. 5 if you count the back marker right further back. Just struggling there. Pick up the number of that cart as they come down towards the commentary. It was be the 13 of Robert Maisie from Ebop, the mellow yellow e-bikes driver, and the Praga cart. Manson is starting to drive away. No one's got the pace of this youngster. We've got a Carter in the bags at turn 1. Not sure who that was. Possibly 37, Taylor Mitchell from Hamilton. We'll try and restart that cart, get back in this race. Does so successfully, but at the very rear of the field. Oh, just about turned it around as well. Again. Manson continuing on. They've nailed the setups on this kart this weekend. Manson's TCLM driver. We get to see his brother Marco in the next race as well in VMR. Bips about 5 kart lengths back in third place on Vincent. Vincent a little bit sideways through the infield. Kart's definitely looser than Manson's out in front. Phipps might just close a little bit more. Fourth place, still 90 of Jackson. Then it's the 78 of Sam Thompson. Wellington in the Barn Limited sponsored racer. He's holding up the National Schools champ, Jay Irwin. There's the 77 there of Aston Thornton, and 19, Arlie Hewlett. She wants to thank, that driver would like to thank Hewlett Transport Limited in Hamilton. The top 4, 6 perhaps starting to spread out a little bit now in this pre-final. Still a long way to go, showing 11 laps on the board. Brief challenge through the infield for around about 6th, 7th, 8th position with the 15 of Dylan Jessup from Canterbury, trying to contain 47 Arthur Braun from Marlborough. So the South Island drivers are going at it. Raymond Malin's behind them in the 14 from Auckland. 77 got a big steering lock on, Aston Thornton. Well, Manson will catch up to some back markers in maybe 2 or 3 laps time, maybe a couple of laps time perhaps. Those drivers definitely struggling with turn-ins through the infield. It's a good race developing between these two, but unfortunately going to find that their race is going to end very soon as the 37 of Taylor Mitchell holds out the 14. Is it the 14? No, we'll confirm that again. In 1 round at the bottom of Corkscrew, and we'll go a lap down as the race leader goes by. Manson has just been sublime so far this weekend. Still no sign of the rain out there, so it's been probably nearly half an hour now that we haven't had any of the wet stuff coming down. So this track, in certain parts of this track, will start to dry slightly. Drivers won't want it to dry out too much, because if we do end up wet racing this afternoon in the finals, that will mean we will have 28 laps and some maybe cooked wets. Down the chute for the 37, Mitchell from Hamilton, shaking the head, just wants to go racing. 13's down the inside, has gone infield as well. Robert Maisie, down the pit chute. Race is done for him. Boswell slipping and sliding. He's managed to pass a few karts though, Stylie Riley, so how far further up can he go? That is the bonus of 28 lap finals though. Does give you time to try and work your way through the front. 19 still running, Arlie Hewitt in front of 24 of Ethan Holland. Ethan, one of the Hawke's Bay drivers, Dame Hart Racing, ATS Engineering. Still Manson dominating it from Vincent in 2nd place, 3rd place Phipps, 4th place will be Jackson. 5th is Irwin, turning in very, very early. Then it's the 48 of Johnston. The 15 of Jessup. Braun is next in the 47. Seven to go on the board. Vortex Mini Rock, you should all be on the dummy grid now. Vortex Mini Rock. Drivers are going to have to come up with plan B, aren't they, to see what they can do about 2NZ Sebastian Manson. 6 laps to go. He's once again running away with one of these races here in Rotax Max Junior, thanks to Dr. Plummer. Vincent just cruising around here in second place. All the action really for those top 3 spots is with Phipps in the 42. Holding out Oscar Jackson from Hamilton. Another of a Dane Hart Racing sponsored drivers for also Lavala Event Centre, Jackson Property Group. Ashton Phipps, he's Mount Wellington based, Lascon Motorsport, Urban Performance, PK. Just on 5 to go. Manson about to catch another 2 of the back markers. Blue lights out, let them know that he's coming through. Their race will be done shortly. Well, these wet tyres will be taking a pounding out on this track. So if you're having a good look around it, there's parts of a slightly dry line forming. It'll be hard on these tyres. Manson has gone past the lap traffic, so 19, his race is done, the hand is up, he's coming in, Ali Hewitt, it's over. So too 24 there of Ethan Holland. And we can see now there's a change in 3rd and 4th. Oscar Jackson, Kart 90, has got by the 42 of Ashton Phipps. First position change for a while. 43 of Riley Boswell continues to push on. There's 2 karts just up the racetrack in front of him. Does he have time to catch him with 3.5 to go? Look how smooth Manson is out in front. It's not even using the curbs right now. Neither is Vincent. These 2 know that they need to go into preservation mode. In fact, they're all of them are relatively staying off that curb right down here in front of commentary. Boswell is definitely catching the 47 of Braun and does have time to catch him before this pre-final is over. 2 to go for Manson out in front. Huge gap between 2nd and 3rd place. And Phipps now just back there in 4th place. Sat in 3rd for a long time in this pre-final until Oscar Jackson made that pass. Jay Irwin still in 5th. 6th place for Matthew Johnston in the 48. Then it's Braun in the 47. Now makes a late race pass on the 15 of Jessup. And that's allowed Riley Boswell to get within striking distance. If Big Bos can get by both of them, that'll be a stunning recovery for the 43. Last lap borders out for Manson. What more can you say about this guy? But don't say it just yet. There's a 28 lap final coming up. Manson's TCLM. Look at Vincent. Vincent is just like cruising around now. Looks like he's on an outlap. He knows how far back Jackson is in 3rd place. We're going to look back to this battle here. And Boswell's got by the 15 of Jessup and now goes after Braun. Braun looks at him and says, "Where did you come from?" Boswell says, "I've come from the very back of the field and I might yet grab a top 6. Manson across the stripe to win it. 2nd place, Vincent. He's on the front row for the final. 3rd place will be Jackson. 4th place, Phipps. 5th place for Irwin. And who got the run for 7th? So let's go back to 6th place across the line. And I think that was the 43. No, it wasn't, sorry, the 43. I'll pick it up as he comes by next time. So 6th in that pre-final was the 48, Matthew Johnston. 7th was Braun. He just hung on to it. So Riley Boswell picked up a top 8 after recovering through the field, and will start on row number 4. One of the standout classes of day 1 of the CIK Trophy of New Zealand on the dummy grid. It's the Machine Shop Hamilton Vortex Mini Rock. Heat 1 yesterday, a win for Carson Daly over Miles Baker. Marco Manson finishing up in 3rd place. What a stunner of a race that was between the 3 of them. William Edmondson rounded out the top 4. And heat number 2, well, it was the turn of Miles Baker to rise to the top. Marco Manson picking up 2nd place from William Edmondson in 3rd, and Carson Daly in 4th. Overnight points leader was the 88 of Miles Baker, currently on 90 points, with 97 Carson Daly on 82. 3NZ Marco Manson sits 3rd in points on 75, and the 36 of William Edmondson 4th on 67. Pre-finals grid, 88 Miles Baker goes from grid number 1. Carson Daly on grid 2. Marco Manson from 3. William Edmondson will go from grid 4. Cy Finney-Moore, grid 5. Harrison Shell on grid 6. Lucas Bell from 7. Luke McMillan, grid 8. Jack Phillips will go from 9. Cooper Inslee off grid 10 with Jack McGrath on grid 11. Sean Holland will go from 12. Grayson Stowe from grid 13. Lucas Thane on grid 14. Jackson Fawcett goes from 15 with Henry Fisher, grid 16. Braden Watson on 17. Edward Meyer from grid 18. Max Amon from grid 19. Nixon Frost on grid 20. Amelia Phillips, grid 21. Grid 22 for Trip Taylor. Will Davey goes from grid 23. And Jasmine Alders will go from grid 24. That's how they'll stack up on that pre-final. It is VMR, Machine Shop Hamilton, and APL Windows Solutions. Come and hang off the fence. Bring your brollies. Come and watch it. BMR coming to the line, face the start this time. Sending him round once more, not happy with that formation on the grid. 25 Karters out there battling it out for the CIK Trophy of New Zealand title. Big thanks to Machine Shop in Hamilton. KZ2, you will be required to the dummy grid for approximately 11:20 release time. KZ2, last of the pre-finals, approximate release time 11:20. Should get the green next time by. I just checked the rain radar, which means I walked out the door and just put my hand out to see if it's raining. It's not at the moment. Coming to face the start this time, VMR, the pre-final, 16 laps, lights out. The charge of the heavy brigade. Surely something's got to go wrong, and it has. About 6, 7, maybe 7, 8 karts all compromised at turn 1. 25 does not fit into one. And that's sorted out the first dozen. Oh, we got one off in the bags. It looks like 5 of Braden Watson. I think it was the number 5. Out in front is Miles Baker. Marco Manson, second place. Carson Daly's in third. Cy Finneymore's fourth. Lucas Bell, top 5. 77 of Jack McGrath from Dunedin is up there in the top 6. Oh, these youngsters are going to race hard for this. So they charge along the main straight on the opening lap. Top 3 have already got away. It was the 5 kart of Braden Watson. They've got to be cautious through turn 1. They're coming in hot. There's one going to run up onto the grass. That was the top 5 position. Was that Finneymoore in the 10? It was Finneymoore. He's going to drop 3 or 4 positions. It's still Baker out in front. The 88 kart leading from 3 and Z Manson. Carson Daly third. Here comes the 6 of Grayson Stowe. Grayson's come from a long, long way back. Grayson Stowe from Hawke's Bay is up in the top 4. And if I look back on that pre-final grid, Grayson Stowe was on grid 13. The youngster who had a solid result last week at City of Sales is continuing that form here on day 2 of CIK. Well, Miles Baker's showing good speed out in front. The rest of this field need the top 3 to close up and start making passes on each other. Daly there in third. Stowe now up to 4th. Grayson Stowe is fast. I've watched this young kid develop in Hawke's Bay, and he is showing tremendous pace right now. Horizon Tyres sponsored driver. Could he catch the top 3? Tell you what, it's game on at the moment. Lots of racing through the field though. There goes the 99 of Nixon Frost. 75 there as well, Trip Taylor from Tokoroa, the respectable Plumber Limited driver. Well, Miles Baker is maintaining the gap between first and second. I'm looking to see if the gap between third and fourth is going to decrease. Fifth place looks like 26 of Lucas Bell from Auckland. We'll run through that field as they come by. We know it's Grayson Stowe in fourth. It is the 26 of Bell in fifth. Sixth place then, 77 of McGrath. Eighth is the 82 of Harrison Shell. Ninth for the 64. '17 out there is Jackson Fawcett from Auckland. There's a 48 as well of Will Davey from Auckland. The Pellet Supply, Singham Group, Chapel Bar and Grill, great sponsors. Jasmine Alders in the 11. And playing catch-up, the number 5 of Braden Watson, the NZ Cars Limited driver who was running in the top 6 when he went off through the infield. And now we've got a race on. Manson has found something in the setup. And with 12 laps to go, He is now challenging Baker out in front. And Carson Daly's right there. This could work out for this next group of three, with Stowe there in front of 26 of Bell and 77 of McGrath. Shell still in the 82 cart in front of 36 of Edmondson. Well, you can see how tight it's getting in the top three. How much longer will Baker lead this pre-final? If Manson and Daly have anything to say about it, not much longer. Here comes Daly to the inside at Clubhouse Corner. Daly through for second place. Manson goes back to third, but we know what Marco will do. He will respond immediately. Can he make the pass up the top hairpin? No, he can't. Carson Daly strong off the bottom of Corkscrew. Takes time to look over his right shoulder to see where Marco is. Marco dropped a couple of cartlings, and Carson Daly might just get the draft and the toe from Baker up to turn one, but that has caused issues for a lot of drivers. That corner, but Daly's not scared of it. He fires it up the inside. New race leader, Carson Daly. Here comes Manson. Told you Manson would respond quickly. Well, he took him a couple of corners, but he got the job done, and Baker has gone to third. I told you Daly and Manson wanted a slice of that race lead. Carson Daly now, who will try and drive away with it, but Marco Manson will not let that happen. Neither will Baker. Baker will be fired up. Fourth place. What has happened here? Fourth place now is the 26 of Lucas Bell. Grayson Stowe went back to fifth. Sixth place is Jack McGrath in the 77. Edmondson is seventh. Eighth place will be Shaw in the 82. Well, again, VMR providing the entertainment at the CIK Trophy of New Zealand. Here's a pass in the back markers as well. 23, Edward Meyer from Wellington just got through on the inside of Will Davey from Auckland. It's going to be a big move up the inside for the 75. Trip Taylor, the Tokoroa youngster, made the move on Jasmine Alders. Then we go back to the 33 of Lucas Thane. Okay, there's good racing going on all the way through this field. And Manson is the race leader. Well, I missed it looking through this field. That's what happens when they spread out. And Manson is now the leader of this pre-final. Baker's in second, and Carson Daly, who was the race leader and I thought might have driven away, he's back there in third. This is deja vu from yesterday. These youngsters have come to entertain us here this weekend at CIK. There's a card off at turn one that's going to take away that passing opportunity. The drivers out in front will see that the caution's on, and it'll stay on just as they arrive at turn one. Brilliant move, though, by that youngster that went off to go straight to the inside and not get in the way of this race lead. Unfortunately, it will be race done for 75, Trip Taylor. Manson's under pressure. Baker goes to the outside. Baker trying to make a move on the outside at Clubhouse in front of commentary. Switches back to the inside. Can't get it done. Manson leads him down through Corkscrew. Edmondson up the inside of Grayson Stowe. Makes the pass. Grayson just starting to drop back a little bit. Has the setup gone away for the Horizon Tyres Hawke's Bay driver? Looked like he was going to charge forward. He got up to fourth from grid 13. Still a caution out here at Corkscrew. There's someone off. I don't know if I can see it. No, I can't. Let's go back to the race lead. Manson still leading. 7 laps to go. Oh, they're getting really towy up there on the outside ripple strips. Manson under pressure. Daly's back into that second spot. Daly's going to fire it up the inside. He loves this Clubhouse corner. Right in front of me in commentary. Best place to make the pass. I can see everything. Manson second. Baker third. Fourth place Edmondson. Fifth place for Stowe. Sixth place 77 McGrath. Eighth place now is the 94 of Max Amon. Got in front of Shell in the 82 and Finney Moore, cart number 10. Cooper Inslee's trying to work over the 26 of Lucas Bell, as we'll have 6 to go next time by. Where's the race leaders? There they are. They pop into view once again. And Carson Daly again, we saw this a few laps ago when he made a pass for the lead. He was able to drive away briefly, but then they caught him back up. Manson will have to work at it once again. Baker, never discount Baker. back there in third. Two karts coming in early, just in time as the leaders come through Clubhouse. So it's Daly in front once again. Marvellous Marco Manson in second spot. Miles Baker, the points maker, in third. Off the top hairpin they go, and Daly is driving away. He's definitely driving away now. And that kart has come on beautifully with 6 to go. Almost 2/3 race distance. Side-by-side racing for the 23 of Edward Meyer and 17 of Jackson Fawcett. Well, Carson Daly is stretching away now. Will the setup be there for the end of this race, though? That's the interesting thing that we've got to find out. Still Manson in second, but Baker's all over him. These two need to work together, try and tow each other along the main straight to have any chance of catching Carson Daly. Daly could take advantage into the final later today. It's 20-lap final for these youngsters, but he could have that confidence booster. Slide job there by the 99 of Nixon Frost, the Wellington youngster. Should be used to the rain, having come from Wellington. Manson's working hard in second place. Can't shrug off the 88 of Baker. Carson Daly not having any problems out in front with 4 to go. We are 3/4 race distance in this pre-final. KZ2, you should be on the dummy grid for your final. KZ2. Your pre-final, sorry. KZ2, pre-final on the dummy grid. Harrison Shell still in behind the 10 of Finnimore. That's around about 7th, 8th, maybe 9th position. Then Cooper Inslee. 26, Lucas Bell. Then we go the 76 as well of Luke McMillan from Hawke's Bay. He's the Evolution Motors Provident Insurance sponsored racer. Look at how big that lead is now for Carson Daly. I would not have picked that. 3 laps to go. Carson Daly, as this track has slowly started to dry, that setup for Daly is working absolutely brilliant. You can see second and third just a little bit more looser. Edmondson, 4th place. He's got his gap back to 5th. Grayson Stowe. Cautions out. Is that one of the top 3 that has gone off? The race leader? Was it Carson Daly? Carson Daly is gone. Oh, can you believe that? And the slap of the hands on the helmet. Carson Daly knows he's made a mistake, and that's a massive, massive game changer, because he will be buried down the pack in this 25 kart VMR final later today, and Carson Daly is going to have to storm through. We're going to love watching that, but that changes it up at the front. Well, the dramas continue on at CIK Trophy of New Zealand. And it's Manson now that leads the pre-final. And they will look and they will immediately see that it is Daly parked up. And they won't be able to believe it. And Manson looks back at Baker. Baker now will be all fired up. He'll know that there's still a chance to start on pole. Passed down the inside by Luke McMillan in the 76 over the 39 of Inslee. Baker on the outside at turn 1, switches back. What a move there for Miles Baker. Oh, these two are rubbing side pods. They're going to be cautious to finish this pre-final. Look at them through the infield. 2 wide, Manson on the inside, Baker on the outside. Not giving an inch. No quarter ass, none is given. Look at these two. Still side by side. Baker eventually has to concede. He had to give in. Manson was not going to let him have it. And, oh, wow. I love a bit of rubbing when it comes to racing, and these two youngsters are doing it, and up the inside goes Baker. Baker in the race lead. Manson back to second. Last lap board. Oh, it's done. The last lap board was out. The checker. It's the run to the line, and Miles Baker has won this pre-final. Unbelievable. What a race. That race had everything. Miles Baker started on pole and has eventually prevailed. And you've really got to give these two youngsters a clap as they come round. because although they were rubbing panels, they didn't take each other out. They weren't forcing each other off the track. They still had racing room, and neither of them backed off. I cannot wait for the Machine Shop Hamilton VMR final later today, especially as we get to watch Carson Daly in the 97 work his magic through that field. Bring it on. KZ2 lining up on the grid. Let's have a look down the line. Looks like every single one of these drivers has elected to go out with a dry setup. Cannot see anyone out there with the wet setup at the moment, so they've all obviously been on their apps and looked at the multiple amount of weather radars that are available, and they all give you a different outlook. I always find the best outlook is to look up. It tells you everything you need to know. Let's go back to a recap yesterday for KZ2. This is the last of our pre-finals today before we stop for a lunch break. Glasshouse Property Management sorry, got that wrong. That was your Cadet Rock. I flicked the page too fast. KZ2 brought to you by SD European, alongside our main sponsors for the event, APL Windows Solutions. Heat 1 yesterday, 62. Dan Bray took that victory from 30 of Matt Kinsman, who bogged it down at the start and had to work his way back through the field. 64, Ryan Grant finished up in third place with the fast 45 of Jason Lee in fourth. Heat number 2, well, Matt Kinsman made a brilliant start, and it was Dan Bray's turn to be a little bit slow off the line. He finished up in second place with another third spot for 64, Ryan Grant. And Jason Lee once again finishing up in 4th. Overnight points to tie in points for Dan Bray and Matt Kinsman, both on 90. Ryan Grant currently sits 3rd on 70. Jason Lee 4th on points on 64. Look at our grid lineup. Dan Bray goes from grid 1. Matt Kinsman on 2. Ryan Grant from 3. Jason Lee goes on grid 4 with Josh Parkinson on 5. Clay Osborne from 6. Marcus Armstrong on 7. Luke Thompson goes from grid 8. Liam Lawson, grid 9. William Exton on 10. Mitch Sparrow from 11. Scott Manson on 12. Luca Burns, grid 13. Michael Adolf on grid 14. Regan Hall from grid 15. Reece Tinney on 16. Tony Walker will be on grid 17. And a grid 18 start for Henry Gelb. Kevin Storr goes from grid 19. Tim Lochran on grid 20. Grid 21 for Dylan Bryant. And grid 22 for David Malcolm. That's how they stack up on the grid for KZ2, the pre-final. Marcus Armstrong. The kart that he is using this weekend, that is Jacob Douglas's KZ2. So Marcus definitely wants to thank the Douglas family for giving him that rig this weekend. And of course, Jacob Douglas currently over in the USA. He's in Indy at the moment, of all places. Love to be there myself. And he's watching the stream. So a big shout out, Jakey boy. Go and smash him over there and show him that Kiwis can fly. And Marcus is also wearing his race suit. So Douglas family stepping up. Lunch break after this, and then approximately 12:15. Well, I think we will get back onto schedule. We really do need to be back on schedule with all those big long laps for finals. Cadet Rock 12:15. That'll be their final. Who will be our 8 champions at the CIK Trophy of New Zealand? High pressure gauges being handed around there on the grid. So last minute adjustments to these karts as they push them out. Here we go. It's KZ2, the pre-final. Thanks to SD European. Dan Bray was quick qualifier yesterday. He won heat 1. He was second heat 2. He's on pole for the pre-final. BMR pre-final. I'm still buzzing that side-by-side race. I haven't seen karters drive like that side-by-side for half a lap for quite some time. And it was just clean and it was respectful. And it was awesome. Well, these KZ2s are going to be a handful because although we've got that drying line, you really don't want to go offline because it is greasy and they're on a dry setup. And if you hook your gear, get on the gas too soon, you're going to be doing donuts. Good chance and good time now to go and grab some food in the club rooms. Oh, we've got rain falling. Looking out the window towards the club rooms, and it's starting to spit. Have all these drivers made the wrong decision? Well, as I was saying, good chance to go and grab some food out of the club rooms. Maybe even go and check out Fritz's Wieners. Well, I think we're in for an explosive pre-final here with KZ2. Premier shifter karts. Get to see them all again in 2 weeks' time in Tokoroa at the Stillshot Raceway for Pro Karts Round 1. Make sure you get your entries in for that. Bray on pole, Kinsman 2, Grant on 3, Lee on 4, Parkinson's there on 5. It'll be a crucial first turn. Pumping the accelerators, great start for Kinsman. Bray, though, still holds on for second. A little bit of bump and grind. That was the 15 of Osborne. But Osborne managed to correct it, and he's there in third place. Thompson's in fourth. Fifth place is Parkinson. What happened to Jason Lee? Everyone got through those first few corners okay. Oh, Jason Lee's in second. Dan Bray's the one that's gone back. Bray went back to about 7th position. Look at him stacking up here. Reece Tinney with a fantastic start. Tinney just went round the outside of Liam Lawson, the FIA Formula 2 driver. Getting beaten up a bit here on the opening lap of this pre-final. Kinsman out in front. International Karting Supplies, a legend of New Zealand karting. 9-time national champion through various classes. Multi-time Pro Kart Series winner. What hasn't this guy won? Jason Lee in second. We know the pace he had yesterday. Clay Osborne third, Thompson fourth. Fifth place is Bray. Sixth place is a 64. Ryan Grant finding it's hard, tough life here in this pre-final. Impressed with the opening laps of Luke Thompson. They charge across the stripe with a big 14 laps to go. Tightening up there in third, fourth, fifth. Dan Bray will want to go to work over Osborne and Thompson. Ryan Grant in sixth. 7th place. That'll be the 69 of Manson. Good drive here for the 69 of Scott Manson. The New Zealand Post NZ Motorsport driver. Oh, Lawson. Lawson has turned it around the clubhouse and goes to the rear of the field. The nightmare continues. Kinsman driving away out in front. Jason Lee still second place, Osborne in third. Now it is the 62 of Dan Bray that's come up into fourth spot. Thompson's gone back to fifth. Sixth place for Ryan Grant. Manson still in seventh. Oh, the 42 Exton makes a mistake and drops 2 places there. The 89 of Parkinson and 61 of Luca Burns. Luca Burns, another of the Danehart Engines drivers in Invercargill Flooring Extra. We got 12 to go. We're only a quarter of the way through this pre-final. Well, the rain has stopped. They were fortunate. It wasn't a lot. There is a caution out at turn 2. There's a driver in the bags on the middle of the infield part of the racetrack. We're going to have to try and perhaps move that car. It looks like one of the... trying to figure out what that is. It's either a Praga. Can't quite see the number on that cart. Kinsman's extending the gap. Here comes Dan Bray. Bray fighting back through into the top 3. Just made a huge pass on Jason Lee, who's gone back to fourth. And Clay Osborne also was able to get by him. He's up in the second spot. This is good for Clay Osborne. Remember, Clay is still the current world junior champion at Rotax Max level, just like Jay Irwin is at Micro Max. I don't think they've held that championship since then. 54 of Kevin Storr, one of the green platers out there battling with Regan Hall in the 93. The Masters drivers having their own race within the race. There's a move. Oh, Osborne. Osborne misses the apex of turn 1 and goes from second back to sixth as quickly as that. And Dan Bray said, thank you very much. The door was open and he stepped through. Jason Lee's back into third. Thompson's fourth. Fifth place now is Ryan Grant. Sixth, well, it's Osborne. He'll be cursing himself for that. The Hamilton Power and Earth racer Here comes David Malcolm in the 18 down the inside, fighting back as well as the 10 of Liam Lawson. Lawson showing his fighting qualities here. Kinsman continues on. Has he got the pace to stay in front of the 62 of Bray? Now these drivers have got to be careful not to chew up their tyres. It's not hot and sticky. It's a tyre wear, perhaps not as big an issue in this pre-final as what it could have been if it was a very hot summer day. Exton again having problems right in front of the commentary position, and behind him is 9 of Marcus Armstrong, the WK's kart store driver, the one who's using Jacob Douglas's kart suit and KZ2. 8 to go, we're half race distance. Dan Bray possibly is making inroads on that lead. But it all comes down to who gets the launch off the line, and we've seen how good the outside is in the last couple of races for Kinsman. So will Dan Bray be content to sit there in second spot? Exton, side pod, rubbing up the 69 of Manson. And continuing that battle between Storr and Hall, the green platers absolutely going at it. We'll keep an eye on that gap between Dan Bray and second. He maybe just wants to know that he's got the faster kart. Still got that caution out on the infield, I think. You can see a light, not sure what that light's for. Henry Gelb in the 70 kart trying to find his way past 93 Regan Hall. Then it's Lawson, then we go back to Tony Walker and the number 4 in front of David Malcolm and the 14 of Tim Loughran. And I think that gap between first and second is remaining static right now. And we're down into the final 6 laps. SD European bringing you KZ2 racing this weekend at the CIK Trophy of New Zealand. Clay Osborne. He's in front of 61, Luca Burns. Remember, Clay was running strong in second until he made a mistake at turn 1. Dropped back to 6th. Then you just come under pressure from the big group that was around that position. Jason Lee 3rd. 4th place Thompson. This is a good drive for the youngster. 5th place Ryan Grant. Ryan hasn't showed tremendous pace. Is he saving everything for the final? Where is Parkinson? Oh, it's Parkinson that's parked up somewhere. But where is Parkinson? It doesn't look like the 89 on the infield section. So is there someone somewhere else? But definitely Parkinson's not there. Oh, well, I better double check that before I give Fraser a heart attack. Reece Tinney, his race is done. He will come down the chute early. He knew that Kinsman was catching him. Here's the move down the inside for the number 5 of Michael Adolph. Tried to make the pass on the 9 of Armstrong. It didn't work, and he dropped 2 spots because 69 of Scott Manson got him also. The last 3 laps for Kinsman. So fast. .62 Bray in second spot. Jason Lee 3rd. Thompson. Thompson's is the impressive drive for me in this pre-final. Manson missing a gear off Clubhouse Corner, almost let Michael Adolph through. Adolph ended up near the back bumper though, couldn't find his way by. 2 to go. That gap is absolutely the same as it was 5 laps ago. We're just about done with our morning session of pre-finals at this APL Windows Solutions CIK Trophy of New Zealand. That just means the big races are coming up after lunch. And that will be around about 12:15 for those of you that are watching the live stream. Kevin Storr still leading the battle of those two masters. And Regan Hall's getting the hurry up from Liam Lawson. Liam's like, come on, man, I want to get by. And Regan Hall, so I don't care about those reputations. I'm not going to just let you through. Last lap board is out. Kinsman last time, past the Lascon Motorsport Clubhouse corner. Bray in second, Lee in third, Thompson, Ryan Grant, Luca Burns, Osborne, Exton. Then it'll be Marcus Armstrong, Manson, Adolf, Kevin Storr, Regan Hall, Lawson. Lawson drives over the top of Regan Hall. Henry Gelb. Then it's the number 4 of Walker and the 18 of Malcolm. 14 across the line, coming through the corner now. That'll be Tim Loughran. But it was a pre-final win. That was exactly how they're going to finish up. 2 wins in a row for the king of KZ2 right now, the 30 of Matt Kinsman. Dan Bray, great fight back to second place. Jason Lee finishing up in third. 4th place for Thompson. 5th for Ryan Grant. Top 6, 61, Luca Burns. Cadet Rock, don't forget your release time for your final of 20 laps is 12:15. That's just under 20 minutes away. Cadet Rock, release time for your final, 12:15.
Brendan Bellamy, just wondering if you could move your ute, please, just to make life a little bit easier for our medic car to get out. Brendan, if you could move the ute, please. That's Bellamy.
Welcome back, race fans. CIK Trophy of New Zealand brought to you by APL Windows Solutions. We've had our lunch break. The drivers are refreshed, refueled, and raring to go. And it is Cadet Rock on the track. Glasshouse Property Management brought to you, of course, by APL Windows Solutions as well. The final 20 laps to determine the champion. Release time was 12:15. We're just slightly past that at the moment, just doing last inspections of the dummy grid. We won't be too far away for that release time. I've got to thank all the volunteers, especially those hard-working people down there in the club rooms as well, cranking out those food items and drink for you. I see lots of people taking advantage of Fritz's Wieners down there as well. So good to see that they're making some nice, tasty food. Certainly hope you've had something to eat and drink during that lunch break. Thanks to all the flaggies and everybody around the track here this weekend as well, and everyone behind the scenes that's made this possible. Could be some interesting developments out of one of the classes later on this afternoon in their finals grid. We'll know what that outcome is when we get handed the grid. Can't be too far away now from opening the gate and releasing the final for Cadet Rock. Not sure of the reason for the hold-up. Kids will want to go racing. The umbrellas are out, certainly on the grid. Emily, getting some good photos of the drivers. $20 laps it'll be for Cadet Rock for the final. If you got the chance and you don't mind a bit of rain, come and sit on the gallery areas here and let's watch this one as these youngsters battle it out for a championship. Tommy Hart's going to start from pole position. The youngster from Manawatu certainly come on strong in the second half of this meeting. 78 Seth Comer will go from 2. The dynamic Braxton Cravanger will go from 3. Addo Bailey goes from grid 4 with Charles Taylor on 5. Jaden Buttermore, grid 6. Grid 7 start for Scott Rennie Edwards. Charlie Clark will go from grid 8. Daniel Lucas off 9. Indy Irwin goes from grid 10. Matt Heapy on 11. Jack Hall will go from grid 12. And Jay Hewlett will go from grid number 13. Already 5 minutes past our schedule. As I said, I don't know why we've got a hold up at the moment. I'm still waiting for officials and people like that to get to their positions. Okay, Johnny's just come up and explained the reason for this delay. Unfortunately, we've had a medical issue with not one of the drivers, but someone in the pit area there's had a medical issue, and we have to wait now for another ambulance to come out. So it is going to mean a delay, but the good thing about it, if it is a good thing, is because we're not doing our presentations after each final, we won't be doing interviews with drivers and things like that. There was a 10-minute allocation for each of those after each final. So we will be able to still catch back up to the schedule later on. And hopefully we will be back on that schedule by the time KZ2 comes out for their final, which is 20 past 4 this afternoon. Reason we're not doing presentations with drivers, we don't want to be mic sharing here today. So it's a bit of a wait now for these youngsters on the grid. And not sure how long it will take before that ambulance arrives. If you didn't have time earlier on to go and grab something to eat, maybe you've got time now, because I know a lot of people were busy throughout that lunch break doing the work to their carts and things like that. Getting ready, preparing, checking those weather radars. People watching the live stream, they will be sitting at home cooking lunch, maybe grabbing something out of the fridge. Shouldn't be too far away, hopefully, from resuming with Cadet Rock, the final, brought to you by Glasshouse Property Management and APL Window Solutions. Right here, right now, Porter Group Park Raceway for CIK Trophy of New Zealand for 2022. Well, here you go. I was just settling in for a long wait, and we're racing. So hopefully, whatever the medical issue was, it is resolved as well as it can be, and we wish whoever it was all the very best. I'll need to give you that grid lineup again. I did it about 15 minutes ago. Cadet Rock starting pole position for the final, brought to you by Glasshouse Property Management. It is the 69 of Tommy Hart. Grid 2 for Seth Comer. Grid 3, Braxton Cravehanger. Addo Bailey goes from 4. Charles Taylor on 5. Jaden Buttermore on 6. Grid 7 for Scott Rennie Edwards. Grid 8 is Charlie Clark. Grid 9 for Daniel Lucas. Indy Irwin will go from grid 10 with Matt Heapy on grid 11. Jack Hoare from grid 12. And the 13th grid will be Jay Hewlett. Jay Hewlett on grid 13. Looks like we've already lost the 14. Oh, Cravehanger. What has happened to Cravehanger? Oh, what is that line? Else blowing. I thought he dropped the rear bumper at that one stage. Oh no, one of the big guns. The man that was so exciting in that pre-final, Braxton Cravehanger from Invercargill. Long way to come to stand there and watch a final. Wow, my heart goes out to that young fella. But he is learning that life is tough in motorsport, the highs and the lows. Thank you, Glasshouse Property Management, for your sponsorship. The grid is formed. The drivers will come down to face the start this time. 20 laps for a CIK title. There's a gap on grid 3. Can Tommy Hart continue the winning ways? Lights out. Pretty even start on that front row. Side by side through turns 1 and 2. And it will be Seth Comer, the 78 of Comer, who made a start round the outside and leads this final on the opening lap. Tommy Hart's back in second place. Definitely wetter track than it was early on for that pre-final. It's been raining for a good half an hour, 3/4 of an hour or so. Third place there, 95, Addo Bailey. He's been right in amongst it all weekend. And the 87 of Taylor from Auckland as they drop down through Corkscrew for the first time of 20. 78, Seth Comer from Auckland, the Strata Networks driver, leading the final. This young man wants a CIK Trophy of New Zealand title. Tommy Hart following him in through turn 1. They're a little tentative through there. Very, very early days. I'm sure these drivers have had the talking to by their mentors, their crews, sponsors, mums, dads, granddads, whoever's here this weekend. They've all said to them, you're not going to win it in the first 2 or 3 laps. Settle down, find your rhythm, and then go for it. And it's Tommy Hart, your race leader from Comer in second place. Third place is Addo Bailey. Then the 87 of Taylor. And behind Taylor, it is the 75 of Rennie Edwards from the Ebop Club. Rear of the field for 12 of Jay Hewlett from Hamilton. So much rain on the window up here, I can't really see what's going on at that top hairpin. Just got to try and have a look as the drivers pop out back down that main straight. Through the squeeze on the run up to the crest to complete another lap. It's a long race. Top 3 are starting to stretch away just a little bit. And Hart is doing that to both Comer and Addo Bailey. Is he going to be able to just drive away? We saw him do it in the pre-final. Youngster who didn't put a wheel wrong. And behind the 75, 22, Daniel Lucas. Then you go to the 7 of Jaden Buttermore. 54, Charlie Clark. 20 of Indy Irwin. Looks like 24 of Matty Heapy in behind as well, the Tokoroa driver. Tommy Hart now just stretching away, just like we saw in the pre-final. Takes a wide line at turn 1, but stayed up on the curb, didn't touch the brown stuff, so he wasn't compromised on his race pace. Great race developing, 4th, 5th and 6th places. That really tightens up. Then we've got that next group of 5. Tommy Hart, Coma, Bailey. Here's a dive. Oh, that was a hard move. Just mistimed it a little bit there, the 22 of Lucas. He's going to drop 1, maybe 2, 3, 4 spots perhaps. Indy Irwin gets by as well. Indy slowly improving in Kartsport racing. Tommy Hart still continuing on, the Manawatu and TRC Toyota driver. Hasn't opened up much more of a gap. 78, Seth Coma. He's been fast all weekend. Oh, Coma, big slide through turn 2. Controlled it beautifully. Addo Bailey's still there, 2 kart lengths back in 3rd. Fourth place, 75, Rennie Edwards. 5th place, the 87 of Charles Taylor. 6th is the 7 of Buttermore. 7th place, 22, Daniel Lucas. 8th place is the 54 of Charlie Clark. That means the 20 of Indy Irwin is up to 9th. And 27, Jack Hawke, currently inside that top 10. We've got a cutter off just down here in front of the commentary position. And it was the 24 of Matty Heapy. He will go to the rear of the field. APL Windows Solutions bringing you the CIK Trophy of New Zealand. Tommy Hart out in front. This is a dangerous period for a driver to be out in front with a gap and know that you've got 15 laps to go and keep your concentration levels as high as you can. I don't think that leads quite as much as it was before. Is that O'Bailey starting to pressure Coma, which means these two have upped the pace. They are racing, and maybe Tommy Hart is settling in. Always a dangerous thing to do. Indy Irwin challenging there with the 54 of Charlie Clark. Young Indy, sponsored by Josh Hart Racing, out of the Tokoroa Club. Again, Tommy Hart just running deep through turn 1. Seth Coma 2nd, Addo Bailey 3rd. Hart has a look back. He wouldn't have seen them that time actually, because they were pretty much going around through the corner as he was coming off the turn. He looked across, he wouldn't have seen them. Indy Irwin taking a tighter line here at Clubhouse. Still in pursuit of the 54 of Clark. Clark, sponsored by the STR Show TV. And 12J Hewlett from Hamilton in the bags just before the hairpin. He's back out on the racetrack, but that means the 24, Matty Heapy from Tokoroa, will be able to get by. And now we see Tommy Hart. He must have heard the commentary because he has just upped the pace and driven away even more. Still in 4th place, 75, Scott Rennie Edwards. Addo Bailey's the one who's moved up into 2nd. Maybe Addo has some pace and he's just like, come on Seth, if you're not going to make the run towards the race leader, I will do it. So he's taken over 2nd spot. Can they now work together and try and find something on the racetrack? Big move to the inside, 22 kart Daniel Lucas from Hamilton. Gets by the 27 of Jack Hoare. .13 laps to go. 12 laps now, just flicked over. Still a sprint race distance. Oh, Addo Bailey up on the ripple. No, it was Coma. It was Coma that was up on that ripple strip. Look at this side by side into turn 2. Addo Bailey has managed to pull a couple of 3 kart lengths on Seth Coma. That'll be when Seth put his wheels up on the outside of turn 1. It's going to be a move down here at Clubhouse. Oh, brilliant move. Look at that. 2 karts in 1 corner for the 22 of Daniel Lucas. He lined that up in the middle of the infield. He knew what he was going to do. He swung to the outside, got one, then got the other under braking into Clubhouse. Nice move. Well, Tommy Hart now is just driving away. 11 laps to go. Not far off half race distance. Only 2 of our finals of 20 laps. The other one, the VMR final, later today. Vortex Rock DBS Junior. You guys should be making your way to the dummy grid. Vortex Rock DBS Junior. Charles Taylor in the 87 making a nice move on Rennie Edwards. It's all happening down here in front of Clubhouse. That's good, I can see that. Indy Irwin did manage to eventually get by Charlie Clark in the 54. Remember, not so long ago that Indy Irwin was just running around at the back of the field, just enjoying her karting, driving in the Gold Star Series. Now she's in amongst the field, challenging for places. We are half race distance. Here's your race leader, just past the galleries now at Clubhouse. 69, Tommy Hart. Addo Bailey second place, Seth Comer in third. Fourth place at the moment for the 87 of Taylor. Then it's 75 of Rennie Edwards. 7, Buttermore. 8th place is Lucas in the 22. 9th place is Indy Irwin. 10th place for the 54 of Clark. 11th is the 27 of Jack Hoare. Nine to go for the race leader. 12th place will be the 24, Matt Heapy. And then it'll be the 12 of Jay Hewlett. Remember, we lost the 14 of Braxton Cravehanger before this race even started. Addo Bailey is managing to drive away from the 78 of Comer. A bit of ducking and diving and weaving going on by the Rennie Edwards in that 75. That allowed the 87 card of Charles Taylor to get on his bumper. Good little drivers here though in this final. They're all keeping it nice and clean. They're not using the curbs. They don't need to smash those curbs in this final. Call again for Vortex Rock, DBS Junior to the dummy grid for your final. Eight laps remaining. And Tommy Hart's just unchallenged over the last, well, the second heat race yesterday and today. He's just been the master. It continues to rain here at the Porter Group Park Raceway. See the eyes on the 87. I could look right into his helmet and I could see what Charles Taylor was thinking there as he chases the 75. Seven to go. Tommy Hart almost to the first of the back markers, the 12 of Jay Hewlett. Blue flags will come, blue lights will come out for him very soon, and his race could be done. Not just yet. Carter in the bags on the infield. That was 24 of Matty Heapy. Hand up, he'll come down the chute early. Here's a big move. Wow, I thought he was going to dive right down the inside. It would have been a very late braking move for the 87 if he'd done that. Thought better of it, pulled back out. Six to go. Jay Hewlett will start getting those blue lights to let him know that the race leader is coming through. Tommy Hart needs to be cautious here, not to get caught out on the wrong side of the racetrack when they come down into this hairpin turn, depending on where Jay goes. Jay does the right thing. Heads straight down the chute. Still the 69. Tommy Hart in front from the 95, Addo Bailey, 78 Coma. These drivers have driven away from the field. Here's the battle, 4th and 5th place. Here's the big lunge this time from Charles Taylor. Makes the pass on the 75. Rennie Edwards will fight for it though. Oh, Rennie has to just get off the gas. Then it's 22 of Daniel Lucas. We're into the final quarter of the first of our finals here today. Tommy Hart will, I was going to say, we'll catch a back marker. I'm looking at completely the wrong driver. He looks just like him out on the racetrack. There's Tommy right in front of me now. Manawatu and TRC Toyota racer. Continuing on the Hart dynasty. Carter off at turn 1. Just to get back on the racetrack without any assistance. Big move to the inside for the 22. Daniel Lucas. These three are having a really good race. Lucas managing to get by at Clubhouse. We've got 4 to go. We're right at the sharp end now, this final. Brought to you by Glasshouse Property Management. '95, Addo Bailey, solid here in second place. Untroubled from Coma in the 78. The race is not over yet. The action on the track here is the second group. Oops, oh, that was a huge slide through the infield. That young driver did so well to stay pointed in the right direction. It was the 22 of Lucas that did a huge slide. And at the same time, 87 Taylor threw it up the inside at Clubhouse and made a move on Scott Rennie Edwards. These three swapping over positions regularly as we have 3 to go. DBS Junior, you should all be on the dummy grid for your final. DBS Junior, should all be on the grid for your final. Pass commentary once again for Tommy Hart. Addo Bailey in second. He'll be aware of where Coma is in third and know that he's not really under too much pressure right now. That second group of 3, it's spread out. And it's the 22 that's in 4th spot. Lucas from the 87 of Taylor. And then the 75 of Rennie Edwards. Here we go back to Buttermore in the number 7. 27 of Hoare. 20 of Indy Irwin. Two to go this time for the 69. He's definitely been the most dominant driver over the second half of this race meeting. All 3 of these drivers featuring strongly all weekend. With a lap and a half remaining. The first final. Last lap board is out. 1 to go for 69, Tommy Hart from Manawatu. Casually glancing back to see where second and third place are. He doesn't need to worry about it. Commiserations to Craig Anger sitting there on the infield. He was fastest qualifier yesterday, been right in the mix. He's a spectacular driver. I can't wait to see his progress over the next year or so in this class. As we come to the final turn. A dominating drive. And a CIK Trophy of New Zealand The first one to be awarded this weekend for the 69 of Tommy Hart. Addo Bailey in the 95 is going to pick up the runner-up spot. And third place will go to the 78 of Seth Comer. Give them a round of applause, fans, as they come in. Great drive for Tommy. The legend of the Hart family continues. Thank you again, Glasshouse Property Management. Really appreciate you coming on board for sponsorship for this class. Great drive in fourth place as well. 22, Daniel Lucas taking that spot from the 87 of Charles Taylor. And a top 6 position for 75 of Scott Rennie Edwards. Well done, guys. Well, the first of our 28-lap finals is up next. Vortex Rock DBS Junior, brought to you, of course, by Supreme Kart Supplies and Engines. And it will be 55, Sebastian Manson on pole position. We've almost caught back up to schedule as well. Just got the 14 kart to bring in. No need for that recovery vehicle this time. So let's have a look at Vortex Rock DBS Junior, the grid lineup. Sebastian Manson, who had that incredible drive through the field in the pre-final. Pole position start alongside him, Tom Bewley. Jake Young will go from 3. Jacob Bellamy on 4. Jay Irwin goes from 5. Harry Scott on 6. Jamie Thompson from 7. Dylan Jessup, grid 8. Daniel McMillan will go from 9. Lockheed McGregor off 10. Vin Schelp from 11. Isaac Fletcher goes from 12. Jack Amon on 13. Lily Tater goes grid 14 with Jai Woolhouse on 15. Dakota Scott, grid 16. James Joyner will go from grid 17. Rack stacked, packed, and ready to attack. Vortex Rock, DBS Junior. Racing going on out of the track on the outlap, involving both the 17 of Lily Rose Taylor and the 90 of Jai Woolhouse. And those two are going to have to try and start those karts. And this is DVS Junior, direct drive. Good luck. Doesn't look like they're going to get a start. That delays the start for this race. Just had a quick word with the young Braxton Cravanger down in the pit there. Called him over and I said, mate, I love your driving style. Your day will come. And I look forward to watching this progress. Well, what has Tom Bewley got for the 55 of Manson? Supreme Kart Supplies and Engines, the first 28-lap final for the CIK Trophy of New Zealand Championship this weekend, brought to you by APL Windows Solutions. Oh, you could see the body language from those two drivers. Absolutely devastated not to be in this final. They will have to head to the flag position point number 4. That was an interesting race between those 3 dads. Don't have a heart attack, Boswell. Here we go. It's game on, race on, the final. Manson's in front. Bewley in second place. Jay Irwin with a great start. Looks like Jay is already up into the top 3, the New Zealand Schools champion on a mish. Here comes the 61, makes a big dive to the inside. Jake Young will make the pass for 3rd place. Bellamy's back there in 5th. Then it's the 30 of Thompson. And behind Thompson, the 9 of Lochiel McGregor. Well, Manson's already driving away. So much pace, whether it be dry or wet. Sebastian Manson's the master. Can Bewley contain him? Has he got the setup? The setup went away in that pre-final. Here's another move back to the inside by Jay Irwin. Back through for that 3rd place position. Drops the left rear up on the grubby stuff. Stays there in 3rd spot. Young has gone back to 4th. Bellamy's still there in contention in 5th spot as well. We drop back to 6th place, which is the 9 of McGregor. Jay Irwin's having a fight with the 61 of Young. And that's taken the focus off the 4 of Bewley. Tail end here for 91 of Dakota Scott, the Miratone Buckley Systems driver out of Auckland. Caution's out at the bottom of Corkscrew. There's someone in there, but we don't see it from up here because the elevation changes so much. Interesting, when you're watching that live stream, you have no idea how steep that elevation is through the Corkscrew. It looks relatively flat when you're watching the footage. I guarantee you it is not. Bewley is struggling on the infield. We saw that in the pre-final. It's happening again. Here comes National Schools champ Jay Irwin, goes through. 2nd place, Bewley's back to 3rd. Jake Young's in 4th. Bellamy's in 5th. Now 6th place is Jessup in the 15. 7th place, Isaac Fletcher in the 96 from Canterbury. Another disgruntled driver heading to flag point number 5. Look at the margin being opened already by the 55 of Manson. How is he doing that? So smooth, so fast. He's letting everyone else fight over the scraps. Bewley will challenge for 2nd place again on Irwin. These two. A little bit of a push going on through that infield. Irwin's going to have to dive back under Young just for 3rd spot after Bewley got by. And Irwin went to 4th. Young got by him as well, but Jay Irwin responded straight away. Great race developing as well. Jack Amon keeping out the 7 of McMillan from Hawke's Bay. 44 is right behind them, Vince Shelp from Canterbury. We can see going through turn 1, already up to turn 2. And the next best driver, Tom Bewley, is at turn 1. That's the gap between 1st and 2nd with a 55 of Manson. Manson just caught a curb there on the start of the infield. He's got to be cautious. It's a long, long race. It's still showing 24 laps on the screen. Wow, slide job, Jay Irwin. Jay Irwin is absolutely driving that kart on its limit. The limit of traction there for Jay Irwin. Maybe perhaps the kart setup's just not quite there and he's having to overdrive it. It's not his usual tidy looking style. There's contact out there on the track. Keep an eye on those positions. Drivers are getting a little bit hot under the collar. Wiping the visors as the rain continues to fall. It's really just a bit of a drizzle, but it's enough. Jay Irwin now will come from a long way back. Makes his move back to the inside at Clubhouse. Signalling to Jake Young, work with me. We're letting the top 2 get away. Forget about the 1st place. He's already got away. Bewley's still within reaching distance. He's in 2nd place. Remember, he dominated City of Sales last weekend, won everything, was unbeaten. That's not the case here this weekend. Still wants a podium out of the deal. Manson has absolutely gapped it. Second place, Bewley. Third place for Jay Irwin. Then Young, then Bellamy. Bellamy's the one that could really capitalise on it. It could work in his favour. I told you we'd have some interesting news coming out of one of our classes. I can confirm it's KZ2. I'll bring that up a little bit later. Certainly changes up the grid. Bewley a little untidy through turn 2. Manson already heading down through the corkscrew, and Bewley just entering the clubhouse corner in the Praga. Jay Irwin has started to close in. Jay faster than Bewley at the moment. Jake Young still there in 4th. Harry Scott in the 80 Kart, he's out there in front of the 7 of McMillan, then the 44 of Binshelt. Oh, sideways for the 5, James Joyner. He got that a little bit wrong. 91, Dakota Scott's in behind. We've got 20 laps to go looking at that board. Wow. Long way to go yet. Well, the lead that Manson has got at the moment is just absolutely mind-boggling. Because he's leading some of the best junior drivers in this country. Bewley in 2nd place, Jay Irwin in 3rd, Jake Young in 4th, Bellamy 5th. Bellamy hasn't made any impression on that position, he hasn't been able to move forward. I can confirm, though, we are going to have an explosive KZ2 final. And I'll talk about it after this race. If you don't believe the gap in this race, come and have a look over the fence and see where Sebastian Manson is. And then have a look where 2nd place is, and that's Tom Bewley. Oh, contact. Jay Irwin hooks up with Bewley. Jake Young goes through for 2nd spot. Bewley will stall it. Contact there with Jay Irwin. I never call it, I never really go into detail about things such as I do, but I do know what I saw. And that has changed up the podium. Jake Young benefits, moves up into 2nd place. Jay Irwin 3rd. Bellamy now 4th. Can Bellamy snatch the top 3? Is this enough to fire up the 83 from Taranaki? Bewley trying to restart. There's another Carter off there at the corkscrew as well. It's going to be very tight down there. That's not... Well, for a moment there, I thought that was possibly the race leader, but it's not. Oh, wow. I thought Manson possibly had made a mistake, but there he is in turn 2. He's desperately searching around the track, and Manson was out of view on the main straight. I'm not sure who that is, and it doesn't look like Bewley has been able to restart. Sebastian Manson continues his dominance. 15 or 16 to go on that board. Jake Young in second place. Good result if he can stay there for Jake. Hamilton, local driver. As I said earlier, obviously done some laps around this track in the wet. Manson, 15 to go. Not quite half race distance. Good race developing too, 96, Isaac Fletcher, just in front of Dylan Jessup from Canterbury. Both Canterbury drivers, in fact, club mates racing at it in this final. And can you believe it? We are half race distance. How much of a lead can Manson have on this field? He could catch the 5 of Joyner and 44 of Shelp in the next lap or so. That will end their race early. Well, Bellamy's still there in that 4th place. He really has not been able to move forward. It'll be a solid result, though, if he stays there. And, of course, with 13 to go, anything's possible. Manson closing in on the tail enders in this field. And they will both now realise and go to the outside and hands up. They're coming down the chute. Race is done. Both Joyner and Shelp. Not so for Manson, who continues on. Jake Young in second place. Still raining out there, very light spits, but it's consistent. Jay Irwin there in 3rd. 4th place, Bellamy. 5th place for Fletcher. 6th place is 15 of Jessup. Means cart number 80 of Harry Scott's in 7th. In 8th place for the 7 of McMillan. Well, Manson really has made this a no contest. Style there from Jay Irwin. Jay, I think now is just out there spinning laps, having some fun in that kart. Be cautious if they're investigating that incident laps ago here in front of the tower, because if they do and there's a time penalty, it needs to be as far up the racetrack as he can to try and maintain that top 3 position. Just over 10 laps to go in this final. Rotax Max Light should be making your way to the dummy grid for your final. Rotax Max Light, make your way to the dummy grid for your final. Jake Young, second place. Not really a lot to talk about in this final at the moment. Jake Young getting a little sideways through the infield. Jay Irwin, weight jacking that kart through clubhouse corner. You see the inside rear wheel just lifting. Finally, we're into single digits. 9 laps to go. 2/3 race distance. Manson will see the 7 card of McMillan just in front of him. Well, laps time, he'll probably be on him, and McMillan's race will be done. Supreme Kart Supplies and Engines bringing you the Rock DBS Junior field this weekend here for CIK. Manson closing in on McMillan. Next time by for Manson, 7 laps to go as it continues to close in on McMillan. McMillan will start to get the blue lights. He'll know that his race is just about done. The flag is waving through the infield. McMillan will stay on the outside, hand up, and will come down the chute early. He wants to thank Evolution Motors and Provident Insurance. Sebastian Manson. Oh, Jay Irwin's off. Irwin off the racetrack and elects to take the short track. And we'll try and redress that situation. I'm not sure what, well, you can't really do that. I don't think so anyway. That was Bellamy's 3rd place to take there. Oh, you can already see one of the stewards down here getting the notebook out. My only guess here is that with the slope of that infield and the direct drive kart, if you try to turn around, it's going to stall. You'll have no chance of being back in this race. If Irwin redresses that and allows Bellamy through for 3rd, he possibly, I don't know, will he get away with it? Drama continues in this race, despite the fact there's not a lot of racing going on the track at the moment. Jay Irwin has been right in amongst the thick of what's been going on the track. Here's Manson. Really has been a Sunday drive for Manson. 5 laps to go it is, so it'll be 4 next time by. Jake Young in 2nd place. Be a good result for his efforts. And I would assume Bellamy's the one who's in 3rd. Jay Irwin down the chute. Race is done. Bellamy is 3rd. 4th place now is Fletcher in the 96 from Canterbury. 15 of Jessup. 2nd of those Canterbury club drivers. And it's the 80 of Harry Scott. I'm just trying to see how far up the field Manson has gone. Got a driver off down the bottom of Corkscrew. Manson's still out on the racetrack. He's continuing on. Not sure who that is there. There's 3 laps to go. It's a single-digit kart. Is it the Nina McGregor? Is that Burley they're trying to restart the 4 kart? I'm not sure. Bewley was standing in flag point 5. He's not there anymore. Looks like Bewley's kart number 4. So he was trying to restart it towards the end of this race just to get back in, maybe scrabble that mud and dirt off that kart. Final closing laps. Manson, just unbelievable. Ripped apart this field, tore it apart. Jake Young's in second place. See, Manson drops down the corkscrew, and Jake Young had just come out of turn 2. And you know how big this racetrack is here at the Porter Group Park Raceway. Bellamy in third. It's be a great result for him if he can be up on this podium. The 4th place for Fletcher. That means 5th place at the moment is the 15 of Jessup. 6th place for the 80 of Harry Scott. And with the last lap board showing, Manson got as high as seeing the 6th place driver just in front of him. That's how far up this field he was able to lap through. Sebastian Manson, 1 corner to go for one of the most dominating junior drives I've seen in a long, long time. The TCLN sponsored racer will take out Vortex Rock DVS Junior as he crosses the line. The 2nd of the CIK Trophy of New Zealand champions today. 2nd place, it's going to go to the 61 of Jake Young. And already the drama continues on as the 96 of Fletcher, who was running in the top 4, turns it around at Clubhouse. 3rd place across the stripe. We've got to wait for him. It'll be the 83 of Bellamy from Taranaki. Good to see the galleries giving them applause as they come down the chute. Bellamy will be a happy driver. That will promote the 15 of Jessup up into 4th position. 5th place outright, that will be the 80 of Harry Scott. And 6th then will go to the 96 of Isaac Fletcher. Not too much kart recovery out there at the moment. It's currently 18 minutes past 1, and we are ahead of schedule. So 125cc Rotax Max Light due for release at 1:25. That, of course, is up to the stewards and the pit marshal. Certainly without the driver presentations at each of those rounds, we're able to get back onto schedule. I don't know if they are able to revise that schedule. That would be up to Clerk of the course, Johnny, to decide that. Was looking through that. There's about an hour of driver presentations scheduled into those final races. Well, actually, it will be 50 minutes now. That's some time that we could definitely work on, and perhaps if they're able to do that. Here we go, the third of our finals. It's another 28 lapper for Rotax Max Light. Brought to you by Lascon Motorsport. Straight back to form in that pre-final for 95, Campbell Joyce to start from grid position number 1. William Exton will go from grid 2. Darren Walker from grid 3. George Sampson goes from grid 4. Riley Spargo off 5. William McDonald will go from grid 6. Taylor Payne, grid 7. Scott McLaren goes on grid 8 with Mac Burkett on grid 9. Trent Ingham, grid 10. Josh McDonald from 11. Ian Smith goes grid 12. Hero Sheridan will go from grid 13. 14 grid for Tyler Edney. And right off the back on grid 15 for the 8 of Michael McCulloch. McCulloch, who turned it around on the opening lap at turn 1 of that pre-final, couldn't restart. Now has to work his magic from the very back of the field. Lascon Motorsport, sponsored Rotax Max Light at 28 laps for the championship. Also thanks to APL Windows Solutions. Campbell Joyce was fast in the wet in that pre-final. Can he do it again? Looks like that rain has eased considerably out there at the moment. Darren Walker, he's the one to watch out for as well. Exton up there on grid 2. Tightening up that grid formation this time now as they come to face that start. Lights out. Good start for Joyce. Trying to work the way through turn 1. Everyone through nice and clean. Exton in second place. Walker's in third. Well, great start, Campbell Joyce. Fourth place for the 16 of Sampson. Fifth place is the 92 of Spargo. Top 6 for 70, Taylor Payne. The 3 drivers that we won't have out here, just remembered, looked at my lists. McCulloch, Sheridan, Edney, all DQ'd out of this event yesterday. Still showing them up on the grid though, interestingly. I would have thought that they would not be on those printed grids. That's the reason why I called them out. 95, Campbell Joyce, out in front. Joyce in front of Exton and Walker. Here's a challenge now for 4th and 5th place. Spargo working it hard, trying to deny Sampson the run down the inside. We've got a cart parked up on the main straight just in front of the start-finish. It's going to be a long wait with 27 laps to go for that driver. Joyce now starting to work his magic, stretching away early. KZ2 Heavy, your release time is 2 o'clock. KZ2 Heavy, your release time for your final is 2 o'clock. Walker's starting to put Exton under pressure for second. Campbell Joyce just continuing on out in front. Drivers will be looking up to the sky to see what this is going to do over the next half an hour. If it stops raining, we could end up with a dry line for the KZ2 Heavy. There will be some slight gaps in racing as well now that we've caught back up on schedule. Got a driver down the bags at the bottom of Corkscrew as well. Possibly looks like Scott McLaren in the 67, trying to pick up that number from here. Definitely looks like it ends with a 7, and there's only 2 of those drivers in the field, and that's 97 McDonald or 67 McLaren. Another lap completed for Campbell Joyce. Exton's the one under pressure from Walker. Spargo is still 4th. Sampson in 5th. Sixth place, Taylor Payne, kart number 70. McDonald is there in the 97. And then it's the 85 of Burkett. 28 also of Trent Ingham. So I think it's the 21 parked up over by the start-finish straight. I think that is the 21 of Josh McDonald, and it'll be the 67 of Scott McLaren from Canterbury that's down the bottom there at Corkscrew. Exton's opened the gap over 3rd place there for Darren Walker. Walker would have been hoping that this was an absolutely saturated wet race. You can see a slight dry line forming now. No lying water on that line. Still a little greasy. You can see them working hard through the infield there, especially Spargo in that 4th place position. Third of our finals here today. Brought to you by Lascombe Motorsport. Call out to Cadet Rock driver representatives for kart number 69 and 95. We need the parent or guardian engine representatives for Cadet Rock, karts number 69 and 95. .22 laps to go on our screen. Campbell Joyce continuing on out in front, the local driver. Walker through for 2nd place. Unfortunately, while I was doing that announcement, I missed that move. Walker, the stalker, now moving up into 2nd position. Exton's gone back to 3rd. 4th place, Sampson. 5th place, Spargo. 6th place now is McDonald. 7th for Taylor Payne. 8th place is Burkett in the 85. 9th place for the 28 of Ingham. Just the 8 karts running on the track at the moment. We already lost 2 early on, plus those 3 exclusions from the event yesterday. Well, Campbell Joyce will be looking up at that lap board and just thinking, my God, we've got that far to go in this final. He's just got to drive smooth. To keep an eye on the pace too from Walker. I don't know if he's able to catch the race leader over the next 20 laps. Time will tell. Yeah, but look, it's not, doesn't look like it's raining at all out there at the moment. Exton coming under a little bit of pressure from Sampson for 3rd. Exton struggling there. You see the steering swap as he went through the infield. Kart set up just going away a little bit for the New Zealand champion. Taylor Payne still working his magic on the 97 of McDonald. Taylor. We'd definitely like to thank Brett Payne Auto Electrical and Anytime Fitness. Well, Campbell Joyce will be aware of where Darren Walker is. Darren Walker just caught the curving on the inside of that infield. Threw the cart sideways briefly. Taylor Payne has got by McDonald. Payne in the 70 cart making the move over the 97. The 85 of Matt Burkett. He's too far back to capitalise on anything there. And the 28 of Trent Ingham from Hamilton. Sampson working over Exton. Exton had to defend at turn 1. 17 to go. And Exton can't relax. This will make the race go quicker for these drivers though. Don't discount 92 of Riley Spargo from Rotorua. I think the only Rotorua driver that I have seen on my list. It's actually quite incredible that Rotorua is so badly represented here this weekend. Scanning through these lists, I don't recall calling any other drivers from Roto. Definitely the only one. Sampson has got by Exton. Exton has dropped back to 4th. Starts to warm up again here in Hamilton. And it's warming up for Exton on the track because now Spargo's going to have a look at making a move. $16 to go, 15 to go now. Not far off half race distance. Keeping on 3rd, 4th and 5th. Sampson 3rd, Exton 4th. Spargo turning in hard. He's in 6th place, 5th place at the moment. 6th place is Taylor Payne. 7th for McDonald. 8th place is Burkett. 9th on track for Ingham. Half race distance for Campbell Joyce. The gap hasn't increased between him and Walker, and it hasn't decreased either. So Joyce is able to match the pace of the number 14 in second. Spargo to the inside on Exton. Exton does the switchback. Goes back through for 4th. Spargo's got to do it again. $13 to go. KZ2 Heavy, your release time for your final is 2 p.m. KZ2 Heavy, release time for your final, 2 p.m. Spargo's going to have another look. Exton covered the line that time, went a little bit wider through the infield to stop Spargo getting that run on the outside. '97 McDonald back in front of the 70 of Taylor Payne. Matt Burkett still a little way back there in the 85, can't get close enough. 12 to go. You Exton catching the curb on the outside of turn 1. Almost staring out of his hands that time. And again, he defends down here at Clubhouse. A little bit of a glare in the sunshine up there. Will help dry out this track a little bit. Maybe, just maybe, we'll be dry for a KZ2 final later tonight. Still a good 2.5 hours away, that race. Keep an eye on that 4th and 5th place race. Spargo will try and get that run up around the outside of the infield. You can see there, Exton comes off the turn mid-track. Stops Spargo from doing the run down the outside, well, the inside. It's an outside-inside move at the time you get to the corner. Taylor Payne once again in front of the 97 of McDonald, and McDonald now is under threat from the 85 of Burkett. There is some racing going on this track. 10 laps to go. Campbell Joyce, race leader. Walker in second. Has Walker closed up a little bit? I think Walker is definitely closer this time. Walker will not have given up in the hope of chasing down the 95 of Campbell Joyce. The track is starting to dry a little bit more. Has Walker now got a better setup? Still Spargo chasing after the New Zealand champ. There's no better feeling than making a pass on someone running that number 1 plate. 9 to go, we're in single digits. Yeah, definitely Walker has made a little bit of an inroad into that lead. But are there enough laps? Here's Spargo once again at Clubhouse. Exton was ready for it, but Spargo's going to make it stick, and he will lead them both down through Corkscrew. Up into 4th place now, 92 Spargo. Back to 5th for the 1NZ of William Exton. Eight laps remaining. I think Walker, even if he is quicker, he's going to run out of time. Campbell Joyce is just driving flawless out in front. Sampson in 3rd. Spargo 4th. Exton dropping back to 5th position with Taylor Payne in 6th. 7th place McDonald. 8th place for Burkett. 9th place sliding through turn number 2 for Trent Ingham. Seven to go for the race leader. Walker again slightly getting closer. Walker will be all fired up now. As this track has slowly started to dry, Walker's pace has come on a little bit more. I guarantee you Walker will be pushing. There's 5 laps to go, and he could conceivably do it. Walker has probably taken about 5 kart lengths out of this lead over the last 3 laps. That's not enough to catch him, but if the pace is coming on for Walker and it's going off for Campbell Joyce, then maybe, just maybe, this race is not over. Sampson's there in 3rd. The Ultra Interiors, Biz Safety Auckland driver. Exton is the one that surprised me in this race, the Tapar Wines driver, 1NZ from Marlborough, who's dropped back through the field. 4 to go. There's the gap. First and second. Walker will be just making sure everything is wheel perfect. He has certainly taken a little bit more of a chunk out. And let's have a look and see if the 95 of Joyce is starting to slide around this track as those wets have gone off. Walker's much quicker through the corner. We've lost somebody there. Is that Spargo in the 92? I think it might be. After all that hard work. So there'll be 3 to go. Joyce has still got good straight line speed. Walker definitely faster through those turns. Pushing as hard as he can. It's a great way to keep your concentration levels up, and that's when you know you're catching the race leader in the dying laps of a final. Is this race about to start coming alive? Have we got some excitement on the racetrack here in this final? Sampson's in 3rd, and he's not really that far back either. Exton is definitely struggling. So I'm guessing some of these drivers might have cooked those wets. Bit of plasticine rubber going on out on the track. It's getting pretty dry through parts of that circuit, and the KZ2 Heavies boys will be definitely looking at that. Do we go out on slicks? Do we go out on wets? That horrible dilemma, the black art of setting up a kart on a wet, dry day. Almost 1 lap to go, and Walker is closer than he's ever been as the last lap board flashes. Can Campbell Joyce hang on 1 more lap? We need the parent or guardian for DBS Junior drivers, number 4, and National Schools Champion. The parent or guardians for DBS Junior drivers, number 4, and National Schools Champion, please, to the steward's office now. Final corners along the straight for the 95 of Campbell Joyce. He's dominated it. The lead has shrunk, but it doesn't matter how big a lead you have as long as you lead when that checkered flag waves. And Campbell Joyce from Hamilton will win a CIK Trophy of New Zealand. 2nd place will go to Darren Walker. He never gave up the chase. 3rd place for the 16 of George Sampson. It's a long way back to 4th as he crosses the line now for Taylor Payne to finish up in a top 4. His perseverance, was that Payne or is that Exton? That is Exton. My mistake, Exton will finish up in 4th place. Taylor Payne will finish up in 5th. That'll leave the top 6 position for the 97 of William McDonald. That's your podium slots for 125 Rotax Max Light, brought to you by Lascom Motorsport. Parent or guardians for DBS Junior drivers, number 4 and NS. You are required to the steward's office now, please. 2 o'clock's your release time, KZ2 Heavy. That will be up next around about 10 minutes time, brought to you by SD European. Well, we're going to talk about that KZ2 grid. It's the last race of the day for us. And in fact, it's disappeared. Someone's come and grabbed it back off me. I had that grid up here. And maybe there's a revision again. I don't even have that grid here. So we can tell you that there is an exclusion from the event with a DQ for the 93. Regan Hall will not be in the final. And also there was an issue in the steward's room with both the 45 of Jason Lee and 62 of Daniel Bray, who were deemed to have made a pass under yellow. I don't go into it. I don't go into why or how, but that will alter their position, obviously, for that pre-final, and they will be at the rear in the final. So we've got an explosive final coming up for KZ2 with two of the fastest drivers on the track who will have to start from the rear of those grids. Definitely look forward to that last race of the day, the big one really, the 28-lap final for KZ2. But up next, around about 8 minutes away, it is SD European KZ2 Heavy. KZ2 Heavy, they should all be on the dummy grid. They've got 2 minutes until release time. Just been handed the KZ2 final grid, and it looks like the protest for Dan Bray and Jason Lee has been upheld and won, and they will take their rightful places on the grids on grid 2 and 3. Still an exclusion for the event for the number 93, but this is a confirmed result, confirmed grid, signed off. It's good to see Bray and Lee where they rightfully should be. It was possibly just a bit of a misunderstanding with that issue there with that caution flag area. Good sportsmanship as well from one of the other drivers concerned to back them up. Not far away now for our KZ2 Heavy final, brought to you by SD European. I'm hoping for a tightly packed finals race, but I don't know if Dan Bray has that in his game plan. What do I call him? Daniel Bugler. That's who I'm supposed to be talking about right now. Dan Bugler just putting his helmet on. He starts from pole. Connor Wilson on 2, Nick Tombleson on 3, Cullum on 4, Gerhard Benedy 5, Jeremy Thornton on 6, Brendan Benedy will go from grid number 7. SD European bringing you KZ2 Heavies for this final alongside APL Windows Solutions. Outlap problems for the 9 of Brendan Benedy, the Hamilton driver. I'm not sure if he has been able to restart. Looks like he's parked up down there at the bottom of the corkscrew. We also saw the 77 of Jeremy Thornton from Auckland go onto the grass. He was very lucky not to spin out on the slippery stuff and put him out of this final before it had even begun. Looks like the 7 of Gerhard Benedy ended up down there at the bottom of corkscrew as well, because we just saw Brendan Benedy give him a push to restart. So we'll wait for the 7 kart. Oh no, is he still down the bottom there? Well, we've got 5 karts to start this final, and both the Benedys are Gonadys. Most of these drivers, if not all of them, in fact, are on that dry setup. You can see a dry line around the track. The rest of these classes will be praying for a dry track. Vortex Rock DVS Senior, your final is due for release at 2:35. Vortex Rock DVS Senior, your release time, 2:35. Well, Bugler will just want to make the start and try and drive away and be clean and consistent. Oh, great start from Tombleson once again, and Connor Wilson. And Bugler on pole has gone to the back. Well, we might see some action in this class after all. And it's Connor Wilson with a stunning start. Look at that. Grid 2 out in front. And second place is Thornton. Now it's Cullum in the 96. Bugler's up to fourth. He just got by the 99 of Tombleson. Well, Thornton's really come alive on the second day. Bugler's already up to third. Dan the man knows that Connor Wilson's got away. And Bugler will be thinking, this is my championship. I shouldn't be back here in third. Oh, Wilson dropped a left rear up on the grass on turn 2. They're giving me some action to yell about here for this final. Thanks to SD European. Cullum's in second spot. Bugler's in third. Tombleson, Thornton. I'll tell you what, there'll be more drama to come, I guarantee it. Long race in KZ2. Wilson in front. Cullum second place. Bugler in third. Hasn't been able to get by yet. He'll want to get by quickly. He won't want the 12 of Wilson to stretch that lead out anymore. See that dry line down the inside. Here comes Bugler. Oh, makes contact with Cullum. Well, told you there'd be drama in this race and more to come. Bugler came from a long way back. He was 50 feet back before he started to make that move. Wilson still out in front. Bugler now second on track. Cullum was the one that got beaten up. He goes back to fourth place and behind the 99 of Tombleson. Thornton in fifth place in the 77. And Bugler now has got a race and chase the leader. Connor Wilson pushing hard. The thing about them being on wets early on today is that they haven't used up the slicks as much as they might have. It's not been a hot, sticky racetrack where they're just absolutely scrubbing those slicks to where they're almost no good in that final. They've got not fresh tyres, but better tyres than they could have had. Wilson in front. Second place, Bugler. Third place, Tombleson. Fourth place, Cullum. Thornton dropping back in fifth. Don't match that pace. He was certainly good in the wet. Just doesn't seem to have that same pace in the dry. Look how hard Bugler's working on it. Scrapping out the minor spots at the moment. Cullum would love a podium at the end of today. 23 to go. Bugler. Ah, the race leader in the bags. Connor Wilson got in hot and put himself in the bags, and Bugler inherits the lead. I told you the drama wasn't over, and I guarantee you there's more. Just keep rewriting the script, boys. This is way better than Shortland Street. Connor Wilson's going to have to try and restart this kart and get back in this. Dan Bugler in front. Hamilton driver. Auto and Marine Electrics, IKS and Wobbly Pipes. He was a bit wobbly in that first start of that race as well, through turns 1 and 2 where he went to the back. He soon straightened himself out. There's the unfortunate Connor Wilson. He'd be cursing himself. He knows he's thrown it away. Tomlinson's looking great in second. Tokoroa driver is matching the pace of Bugler out in front. And this is not what Bugler wants. Bugler will want to try and stretch away and just be able to relax a little bit. But that's not the case right now. Connor Wilson's half a lap back. Moving up into the top four. 77 Thornton. Look at Tomlinson. He's very good through turn one. Closes the gap up on Daniel Bugler. Gary Cullum in third. Well, we thought this final was going to perhaps be a little bit processional. It certainly hasn't been that way in those first 8 laps. Connor Wilson really will just be hoping that something happens to the first couple of drivers at least to put them on the podium. Right there was where he made the mistake and went backwards in the bags. Bugler made a mistake on 2. Look at Tomlinson now closing in on the race leader. Dan Bugler, he's a little bit frustrated, flustered out there in fact. And he can't get away from Tomlinson. I hope Tomlinson's doing pro karts in 2 weeks' time. I hope everyone that's got a KZ2 is doing pro karts in 2 weeks' time. Tomlinson's definitely in some good form at the moment. They charge across the start finish. We've got 18 to go. Already 10 laps in. KZ2 racing. The laps tick by a lot faster than the other classes. Tomlinson only 3 or 4 kart lengths back off the race leader. Bugler's got to be wheel perfect. Look how hard they hammer down through the shifter. Cullum's not far back either in the 96. Thornton, lonely drive there in 4th place in the 77. We have an engine representative for Junior DBS, please, for karts 55, 61, and 83. Engine representative for Junior DBS, karts 55, 61, and 83. We look back to the racing out on the track here. Bugler still in front. He's opened the gap slightly. He's pulled maybe 4 kart lengths on Tomlinson in 2nd place. With 16 to go. Tyre wear should not really be a factor in this final. $15 remaining, almost half race distance. Cullum might now be able to close up on Tomlinson. Is Tomlinson's challenge fading? As Bugler is opening the gap. And Cullum is not that far back from Tomlinson now in 3rd. 4th place is a long way back. We see them just go past commentary in front of Clubhouse and then Thornton. As they dropped down through Corkscrew, Thornton was going through turn 1. Even further back, the 12 of Connor Wilson. They're at the top here, Pin and Connor's just filing through turn 1. He was your race leader early on. Half race distance. KZ2 Heavy, brought to you by SD European. Rotax Rock DBS Senior. Your release time for your final is 2:35. 2:35 release time, Vortex Rock DBS Senior. We've still got just over 20 minutes. $13 to go for Bugler. Tombleson made a mistake at 2. Went wide off the exit. And Cullum straight through on the inside. Now takes over that second place position. Well, what can Tombleson do about that? Can he respond? Thornton makes the same mistake. It's there in 4th place. Connor Wilson in 5th. Wilson's so far back, though, after that incident. He was in the bags for a little while. Had to extract that card himself and re-push to get back in the race. He was lucky through the infield. There is that downslope with the banking. Bugler, Cullum, Tombleson. That's the top 3. Bugler as early as Heat 1 yesterday with those clutch issues. He's fought back for the points since then. Also racing that KartStars New Zealand series. Bugler's still on the gas. For the KZ though, as the race goes on and everything gets hot, tyres get stickier, you start to relax, the car becomes harder to drive. You've just got to keep railing it, keep banging through those gears. Fitness will come into it also. 28 laps, it's a long way round. It's a minimum distance though for the CIK Trophy of New Zealand. On 10 laps remaining here in this final. The APL Windows Solutions CIK Trophy. We're in the single digits, 9 to go. 2/3 race distance done. As Tombleson closing back on Cullum. Still 4th place there for Thornton in the 77. Connor Wilson is reeling him in now though, so Wilson possibly still going to grab a top 4 with 8 to go. And Wilson has caught Thornton. See that completely dry line around this racetrack now. Seven to go for Bugler. Continues to open the gap. Cullum in 2nd place, Tombleson 3rd, Wilson now in 4th spot. Thornton is in 5th. We lost both the Benedys pretty much before this race even started. Vortex Rock DBS Senior, your release time, 2:35. Six to go. Bugler almost has caught the 77 of Thornton, so Thornton's race could be over in another lap or 2. And Bugler is running a quicker pace than Wilson as well. Thornton down the chute. He elected to come down early. He'll be credited with the top 5. Through the top hairpin there for Dan Bugler. 5 on the board. Well, Bugler Might even catch Connor Wilson. He's definitely quicker than him. And Cullum has got the measure of Tombleson. More to go now for Bugler. Still working hard on that gear shifter. Cullum second place with Tombleson in third. Three laps on the board for Bugler. It's like at the moment those podium positions are sorted out on this track. Thank you to SD European for sponsoring this event this weekend for KZ2 Heavy. Oh, Bugler a little untidy there at Clubhouse. This is the danger point. 3 laps to go. Got to keep the concentration levels up. Bugler hasn't caught Connor Wilson, so either Bugler's just backed down a little bit, or Connor Wilson now has got good pace going, but he's back there in 4th place, almost a lap down on the field. Last lap board will come out next time by for Bugler. Well, he started pole. The hash at turns 1 and 2, fair to say, dropped back to 5th place and has had to fight his way back to the front spot and has stayed there ever since. And he's on his way to a CIK Trophy of New Zealand. Connor Wilson, well, he'll have regrets about this final after throwing it away on the infield. And it's a CIK Trophy of New Zealand Championship for Daniel Bugler. Burst across the line for KZ2 Heavy. Gary Cullum will finish runner-up. 3rd place for Nick Tombleson. 4th place will go to the 12 of Connor Wilson. 5th place for the 77 of Jeremy Thornton. And it did not start for both Gerhard and Brendan Benedy. Vortex Rock, DBS Senior, the final. 28 laps it is, brought to you by Veloce Karting. Rotax Max Junior, your final is due for release at 3:10. The fifth of the finals. Ayrton Williams goes on pole position alongside him, Jacob Cranston. Darren Walker will go from grid number 3. Jamie Vanderberg on grid 4. Michael McCulloch from grid 5. William McDonald off 6. Caleb Natoa from 7. Vanderdrift will go from 8. Jason Land, grid 9. Harry Townsend off grid 10. That's how they'll stack up on the grid for Vortex Rock, DBS Senior. 28-lap final. What can McCulloch do from grid 5? He was fastest qualifier yesterday. Fair to say, he has had a bit of a nightmare this weekend. We can see this drying track here in Hamilton at the Porter Park Raceway. And this is not the weather that they predicted. Certainly the app that I looked at was rain all day. We haven't had that. And I'm certainly hoping that we can stay dry now, especially for that KZ2 final later today. Slotting into formation. Big thanks Veloce Karting for coming on board as the Vortex Rock DBS Senior sponsors for CIK Trophy of New Zealand. Lights out. Great start, Williams on grid 1. Leads the charge through turn 1 and 2. They all get through cleanly. A little bit of contact there. Oh, Williams muscled to the grass. Cranston's come through. Oh, McCulloch tried to find the way through as well. He got pushed back to 6th position. It's Cranston out in front of Walker. Vanderberg up into the top 3. Williams is in 4th, 5th place there for the 15 of Natoa. Natoa's had a good start. Natoa due to fly back to Australia for more circuit racing this season. Talking to Robbie, his dad, said he'll be gone for maybe perhaps a year. So good to see these youngsters making names for themselves around the world in racing circles. Oh, they're right up on the curb of 1 and 2. This DBS race, I think, is going to heat up before it's over. Vanderdrift's really putting plenty of pressure on McCulloch. McCulloch's still back there. Here comes McCulloch now, the big dive bomb. Down the inside on Natoa. Natoa will have to go back a position. Vanderdrift still back in behind Natoa as well. The Veloce drivers. Some great looking team apparel as well, those guys. Love those shirts. How do I get one of them? Cranston's looking fast early on. Walker, who's already finished up in 2nd place in the previous class, wants to do so again here and maybe even go one step further up in 1st. Vanderberg in 3rd from Hawke's Bay. The John's Bakery and Cafe driver. Travels a lot with his dad. Great family time because his daughter, his sister, well, she's into horses. So mum and the sisters, they go off with a different sort of horsepower. Cranston's strong. Saved his best till last. Former national champion. Just trying to remember what class that was. It might have been the open class. Darren Walker 2nd. Vanderberg, slow off 2. Gets beaten up, drops back to 5th. Making his way forward now into 4th place. It's Michael McCulloch. Mighty Mike's moving forward. And he can see the 46 of Ayrton Williams in front of him. Williams, Hamilton driver, the all-water pumps and supplies racer, has got a national champion hunting him down, and he knows it. He just looked back and saw him. Up through the top hairpin we go. Cranston hoping to maintain that pace so he can stretch out a big lead. So many laps to go, 24. Remember, Rotax Max Junior, your release time for your final, 3:10. Single file through the infield. Walker, 2nd. Williams third, McCulloch's fourth, Vanderberg's fifth, Vanderdrift is sixth, seventh is Natoa, Townsend is eighth, ninth is McDonald, 10th place there for Scotland. Well, it's funny when you look up along the top of the wooden fence there in front of Corkscrew, it looks like if you haven't got a yellow hat on, you're not allowed entry. Still the 93 at Cranston. Maintains the gap, and Walker's the one under pressure. Walker now is under threat for second from the 46 of Williams. And McCulloch will wait for him to make a pass so he can try and slot through also. Vanderberg dropping pace back there in fifth. Vanderdrift in sixth. It's definitely a hot pace out there in DVS Senior. There's the move to the inside for second. Williams goes through. Walker back to third. McCulloch now is in the draft as they head up over the hill. Here comes McCulloch to the inside. Makes the pass through turn number one. The New Zealand champion now up in the top three. Walker's gone from second to fourth in 2 turns. Vanderberg not close enough to make the move. Vanderdrift is losing touch in 6th place. Cranny still in front. The Cranston Express back on form. Can he pull this CIK Trophy of New Zealand out of the hat? Along the main straight we go. Williams too far back to get in the draft. McCulloch, he'll use his experience, perhaps just sit up in behind the 46, because he knows that Williams is possibly quicker than the race leader. Walker in fourth. Walker would have been hoping that the track stayed wet. There's no sign of that right now. No change in that order. Still Vanderdrift in 6th place, 7th place for Natoa. Jason Land from Hamilton, the Collins Auto and Veloce karting drive, just starting to lose touch a little bit there in kart number 9. Williams fast through turn 1 and dragging along the national champ. McCulloch in third. The gap is closing. Cranston will know it. He'll know they're right there. This race is going to get interesting. Just the 3 finals remaining after this race, with what's been an awesome 2 days of karting here for the APL Windows Solutions CIK Trophy of New Zealand. Looks like 19 on the board, and it's game on, it's race on, because Cranston's been caught. The Cranston Express is running out of coal. Here comes Williams, closing in. McCulloch there. We've got to wonder how much pace McCulloch has got, because he's definitely just biding his time. There's some great photos there from Emily Jane as well, standing at the top of Corkscrew, getting those shots. Williams is in the draft. Williams gives him a hurry up as they head up over the mountain. Down into turn number 1. Cranston defends the inside. Williams had to go to the outside to look for something. Nothing there at the moment. Cranston's making that kart as wide as he can, but could he possibly do it for 18 laps? It's a lot to ask of any driver. Here comes Williams. He's out of shape. Cranston saw it. Cranny actually drove a very smart corner there. He knew that Williams had come in hot. Williams was all over the place. The steering, he was swapping ends. And Cranston knew it, was smart enough to move out of the way, and then just does a switchback on McCulloch at the top hairpin, and it's tightened up 2nd through to 5th, and Vanderberg's back in the hunt. Williams now is out in front. Here comes McCulloch. McCulloch to the inside at turn 2. Contact. Oh, McCulloch's up on the brown stuff once again. Not the first time. Might not be the last. He's gone back to 5th. This race has really come alive. Cranston's back to 2nd spot. Williams has been given a break out the front, and here comes Vanderberg. Look at the Tony Karts battling it out. There's 3 of them in that group. Walker is up to 4th. McCulloch in 5th. Have they let Williams get away out in front? Well, at this rate, we might even go 8-cart freight train if Vanderdrift can catch up with the other 2. Nato are in behind him as well. Townsend is also there. Look at the gap. Williams has opened up in 2 laps. Well, they have to single file and work with each other to catch the 46. And Williams on fire in this final. Best one of the day so far. 16 to go. McCulloch's back through for 4th place over Walker. Walker looks back. He knows that Vanderdrift is there. Natoa not quite the pace at the moment. Through the top part of the circuit there as they just briefly disappear from view. Tucking up in behind the NASA panels. Well, we've seen a lot of mistakes, rare mistakes too, from some of these drivers with huge reputations. But it seems to have been a weekend for mistakes. We don't mind that. Adds to the drama. Cranston in 2nd, Vanderberg 3rd. Vanderberg really got fired up, the big noise audio number 88. Maybe he had one of those award-winning pies from John's Bakery and Cafe at lunchtime. Williams looks to me like he's extended the gap. Across the stripe, we've got 14 to go. We're half race distance. Those 14 laps went quickly. That's what happens when there's action on the track. McCulloch taking his time. He's back there in 4th. I don't mean he's taking his time because he doesn't want to. He's still pushing hard. Just that Kart's not coming on at the moment. Walker's in 5th. Vanderdrift 6th. Natoa 7th. 6th, 7th. Then it's Townsend. Then it's the 97 as well of McDonald, who I haven't mentioned much in this race, the Canterbury youngster. Jason Land from Hamilton. 13 remaining. Will it be a lucky 13 for Enton Williams? Cranston still 2nd place. He's got the better setup over the second half of this race. Thing is, it needs to be coming on now. You can't afford to let Williams get any further away from this field. No change of position. Won't be much in it between the times of these top 8 drivers. So hit up over the top. Cranston's getting the hurry up. Here comes Vanderberg. I thought he was going to have the go. Vanderberg briefly had a look up the inside. He's now under pressure again from McCulloch. McCulloch seems to have got his mojo back. I think McCulloch might just make a big dive down here at Clubhouse. Here it comes. McCulloch to the inside now for 3rd. Vanderberg switches back. Nice by Jamie Vanderberg. Stops the New Zealand champ from sealing the deal. And they're swapping up in that 2nd pack as well with Vanderdrift going to the back of that group. Well, Chris Vanderdrift dropping back to 8th place now, I think. And Williams is getting away. Williams now starting to stretch with 11 to go. It is definitely go time for the rest of this field. They will know once they get into 10 laps to go, it's just sprint race distance and that can go by quickly. McCulloch in 3rd, wants at least a podium from this class today. Walker's up in 4th, Vanderberg is 5th. Natoa now is 6th with Townsend in 7. McDonald is 8th. So 9th place is Vanderdrift. 10th place then will be Landon, the number 9, just coming past commentary. And we are 10 laps to go now. Just 10 to go. Veloce karting, Vortex Rock DBS Senior. It's great to see so many people sitting along the club rooms and up in the grandstands there watching this unfold. And don't move from that seat. We have got Rotax Max Junior next and then VMR. Williams looking back. Had a look off the bottom of Corkscrew to see where the chasing pack is. We'll have 9 to go with single digits. Is Williams on for a championship? The all-water pumps and supplies 46 from Hamilton. That would really light up the local fans here this weekend. Cranston 2nd. McCulloch third, the Manawatu drivers, second and third in this championship fight right now. Then it is the 14 of Walker from Bay of Plenty, the 88 of Vanderberg out of Hawke's Bay, and Ngātaua from Manawatu. Townsend's looking good as well in that 73 car. Another Hawke's Bay driver, the Repco New Zealand and Bayswater vehicle 73. 8 to go. The gap's not decreasing. This is Williams' title to lose. McCulloch looks like he's lost some ground on the 93 of Cranston. Problem there for McDonald. It's the 97. 97 has gone back 3 positions. And Vanderdrift is starting to come back on. He's got by Townsend as well. 7 to go. Cranston, he can see the 46 of Williams ahead of him. He'll still have his foot flat, trying to push it through the floor tray. Walker under pressure from Vanderberg. Tony Karts. Good drive here in the final for Ngātaua, but probably not as far up as he would like to have been. Had issues though in that pre-final. 6 to go. Is the race really on now for third, second and third, and maybe fourth and fifth? His first place looks to be composed out in front. I'm not going to talk him up yet. McCulloch now pressuring Cranston. Vanderberg in front of Walker. Then Ngātaua, Vanderdrift, Townsend, McDonald, Land. And there'll only be 5 to go next time for Ayrton Williams. Well, he'll start listening to every rattle on that cart. He'll know that there's a chance of a CIK Trophy of New Zealand Championship in just a few short laps. Ngātaua still holding out. Vanderdrift. I want to wish Caleb all the best too when he heads over to Australia on Tuesday. Four to go for Ayrton Williams. McCulloch still in pursuit of Cranston. Second's better than third on the podium. McCulloch not close enough to make the big dive bomb down here at the bottom of Clubhouse Corner. Vanderberg opened 2 or 3 cart lengths on Walker. Pointy end of the final. 3 laps to go for Ayrton Williams. Rotax Max Junior, your release time for your final is 3, approximately 15 minutes time. Second and third has changed. McCulloch made the move. Can Cranston respond? Williams continues on out in front. No change through the rest of the field. As he heads along the main straight, this time there'll be 2 laps showing up on the board. And McCulloch has opened the gap on Cranston. Will he win the battle of the Manawatu drivers? Williams round past commentary corner. Looks like the NASA panel could be coming loose on McCulloch's cart. That could be an issue. He'll be keeping an eye on that too. It looks like it's just bouncing around a little bit there. Still looks like it's attached. The last lap board is out in readiness for Ayrton Williams. 1 to go for the 46 from Hamilton. His race crew will have their hearts in their mouths right now watching this last lap for the 46. Final corners for Williams. Along the main straight, he's dominated this final. He took the lead, opened the gap, and is going to bring home a CIK Trophy of New Zealand title on his home circuit in front of the fans. Ayrton Williams for the win. McCulloch will finish up in second place. Third place will go to Jacob Cranston. Fourth place there is the 88 of Jamie Vanderberg. Fifth place for Darren Walker. And a top 6. And on the podium in presentations for the 15 of Caleb Ngātaua. Well, great final, that one, especially for those minor places. Ayrton Williams deserving to take the win in the CIK Trophy of New Zealand title. Our next finals race, 28 laps it will be for 125cc Rotax Max Junior. Release time, 10 past 3, approximately in 13 minutes time. Not far away from that release time now for Rotax Max Junior. Brought to you by, of course, Dr. Plummer. Dr. Plummer is a sponsor for that class. Let's have a look at Vortex Rock DVS Senior. We just saw that final, and I can tell you there are some changes to the outcome. 46 Eaton Williams definitely won it, no question, dominated it. Runner-up will be the 88 of Jamie Vanderberg. Third place went to the 14 of Darren Walker. Michael McCulloch finished up in fourth. Fifth place, 93 Cranston. Top 6, 71 Chris Vanderdrift. 5-second penalties for McCulloch, Cranston and Natoa. All dropping back through the field with a definite and dominating, well-deserved win for 46 Eaton Williams. APL Windows Solution, CIK Trophy of New Zealand. Dr. Plummer sponsored Rotax Max Junior. 10 past 3 was the release time. We were about 1 minute away. Got a nice text in as well from Graham Moore, Kartsport New Zealand president, who he's just sent me this text saying, you know, it's been a big task to keep these events running throughout these COVID calendars nationwide, and he can't thank you all enough. The volunteers, the officials, Kartsport Hamilton Committee, club workers, all the backroom Kartsport New Zealand crew who worked to make it happen. And that's a big thanks from their president, the head honch. Here we go, your grid lineup. 2NZ, Sebastian Manson will go from grid position number 1. 10 of Emerson Vincent from grid 2. 90 Oscar Jackson from 3. Ashton Phipps goes from 4. Jay Irwin will go from grid 5. Matthew Johnston on 6. Riley Boswell with that great drive back up through the ranks for 7. Arthur Braun in 8. Ethan Church from 9. Dylan Jessup on grid 10. Raymond Malin 11. Sam Thompson on 12. Ethan Sayer will go from grid 13. Ollie Workman on grid 14. Grid 15 start for Aston Thornton. Taylor Mitchell goes on 16. Ali Hewitt from 17. Robert Maisie, grid 18. A grid 19 start, Ethan Holland. Ryder Nicholson off grid 20. Jacob Lucas going from grid 21. This is 125 Rotax Max Junior, brought to you by Dr. Plummer. Manson looking for a second championship. Will he be the standout star this weekend? Need to grab those stragglers from the back and form them up on the grid if we want to go racing. 28 lap final. Vortex Mini Rock, your final of 20 laps is up next, and that will be released at 15:45. 3:45, your release time. Lights out. Good start, Manson on front, alongside Vincent. Vincent, oh, hard move down the inside by Vincent. Very, very lucky for them both to get away with that. Vincent caught up on the high line, though, through the infield. Manson in front. Second place there is Oscar Jackson, the Hamilton driver. Here comes Vincent back up the inside for third. Made the pass on the National Schools champ, Jay Irwin. He's been in the wars so far this weekend. Well, that was a hard move at turn 2. Perhaps Vincent thought that that was my only chance. Sebastian Manson was ready for it. Here comes a dive, huge dive up the inside at turn 1. These juniors are all fired up, and it's Irwin that's gone through, and it's Vincent's turn to get pushed back through places. Back to 6th spot, the number 10. Manson in front. Jackson in 2nd place. 3rd place is Jay Irwin. Here comes Phipps. And already up into the top 5 or 6, it's the 43 kart here of Riley Boswell. This is the first time I've seen Boswell in junior racing, and I'll tell you what, he's not disappointing. He was going pretty good in VMR towards the end of that career. Now he's in this junior class. It's really fired him up. He's in 5th position, the 43. Phipps is all over the racetrack, looking around to see where Boswell is. Phipps a little bit untidy through a couple of those corners. Gathers it back up. It's Manson, Jackson, Irwin, Phipps. Now Vincent's come back through in front of Boswell. All Action Juniors, 17 kart in there as well. Another lap completed. And it's Manson kicking on for a 2nd championship this weekend. Contact there at turn 1, shuffles the deck. Pick up the numbers for you. I think it was the 78 and 14, Raymond Malin, and Sam Thompson from Wellington, the In the Barn Limited driver, almost in the grass. Here's the 23, Jacob Lucas, nice pass on the 24 of Ethan Holland. But what can they do about Manson? Maybe nothing. The Manson's TCLM Mount Wellington driver doing what he's done all weekend long, dominating from the front. Jackson with an impressive drive in 2nd place, the Lavala Event Centre driver, Jackson Property Group, Dane Hart Racing, so we know he's got a fast engine. Jay Irwin there in 3rd, Phipps 4th, Vincent 5th, 6th place now is Ollie Workman. Oh, Boswell very untidy. Bos caught the curb on the run down through Corkscrew. 77 there of Aston Thornton, 19 Ali Hewitt. 23 laps to go. Here's a challenge for 2nd and 3rd. Down the inside for Jay Irwin. Has Irwin got race pace to catch the leader? Jackson has gone back to 3rd. Jay Irwin perhaps is all fired up after that DVS Junior final. A little untidy down here at Clubhouse. Got a bit sideways. That's how hard these youngsters are pushing. They're on the limit of adhesion. 48, Matthew Johnston. 93 there, Ethan Sayer. Let's have a look at the rest of the field. 51, Ryder Nicholson from Hamilton. Duro-built steel sheds. There's action all over the place. Manson's still out in front. Could have a freight train of 5 from 2nd through to 6th place. It's a volley. Workman can catch up. Workman just made a mistake there. Dropped a lot of track time. Boswell back there in 7th. 8th place is Braun. Then it's 9th for the 48 of Johnston, and a top 10 at the moment for the 15 of Dylan Jessup. 23 of Lucas, keeping Sam Thompson back there in the 78. It's Manson stretching this lead. Just incredible how this youngster is driving this weekend. Everything is working. It's always the combination of the 3 things: the driver, the chassis, the engine. All 3 are in sync. J.O. in 2nd place. New Zealand Schools champion has had a very up and down day. Phipps is through for 3rd. Phipps makes the pass on Vincent, and Jackson gets by him as well. Vincent's gone back to 5th place. Vortex Mini Rock, your release time, 3:45. Release time, Vortex Mini Rock, for your 20-lap final, 3:45. Looks like the field has sorted themselves out for the moment. Jay Irwin has managed to get a gap on Phipps. Vincent's back into 4th place over Jackson, who's gone back to 5th. Workman in 6th. Boswell 7th. Braun in 8th. 9th place will be Johnston in the 48. Now coming through for top 10, the 31 of Ethan Church, who just made the move on the 15 of Jessup. Robert Maisie just goes by in the 13. Carter, he's in front of the 24 of Ethan Holland. Well, that was interesting right there. Has Vincent got a problem? Vincent has got an issue. Vincent was not on the pace of turn 1. But Vincent's still out on the track, but he's looking down at that radiator shroud. He's not happy. He certainly wasn't on the pace, and he's dropped a lot of positions and a lot of track time. His challenge is gone. Manson with what I think is 18 laps to go on that board. 2nd place, Jay Irwin. 3rd place, Phipps. 4th place, Jackson. 5th is Ollie Workman now. 6th place then is Braun, who's managed to get by the 43 of Boswell. Vincent's coming down the chute. His race is done. It's over for the number 10. The Hamilton driver will not finish this final. We would have put him down as a contender yesterday morning. It's 23 of Jacob Lucas. He just tried to make a pass, didn't quite work out. Robert Maisie withheld that challenge. And 2NZ, Sebastian Manson, so good out in front. Got another driver just walking over to flag point 5. Not sure which number of that card it was. 17 to go. Next time by for Manson. Well, actually, it'll flick over to 16. Phipps is regrouped and is closed back in on Jay Irwin. The battle for the podium is not over. Here comes Phippsy. Huge run down the inside. Jay Irwin can't do the switch back because Phipps has covered it. Phipps up to 2nd place. Irwin's back to 3rd. Jackson's there in 4th. Braun is now 5th. Top 6 for Boswell. Well, this could be Arthur Braun's best finish of the weekend as well. And what a time to do it in the final. Irwin back to the inside for 2nd. Huge pass down the inside at turn number 1. Looks over his right shoulder to make sure Phipps isn't right beside him. And these guys really are battling for those minor places on the podium because Manson's gone. They call it running away and hiding, and he has been so good at that today. 31. Ethan Church, Mount Wellington, railing the curb at turn 5. He's in a 3-way battle for position. $14 to go. Half race distance here in this final for Rotax Max Junior, brought to you by Dr. Plumber and APL Windows Solutions. Check them out online, see what they can do for you. It's a great race for 2nd and 3rd. And I'll tell you what, Oscar Jackson will fancy a part of that as well. Well, what can Phipps do? Can he repass the National Schools champ? Not down into turn 1. Irwin strong there. We saw a few laps ago, though, that Phipps threw it up the inside here at turn 4 in front of the commentary and clubhouse. Will he get a run? Here he comes again. Big move to the inside. Irwin can't do the switchback. In fact, hooks the front NASA pin, the nose cone on the back wheel of Phipps. Let's hope that didn't unseat those brackets. It was more of a pull than a push. Should be okay. But Phipps is back to second. And now Jackson's got a run on Irwin, and he knows it. Irwin, look back. They close up once again there at turn 1. 12 to go. Manson was almost going to catch the 19 of Ali Hewitt from Hamilton, who's just come in, wanting to thank Hewlett Transport Limited. It's a three-way battle for the second and third spots on the podium. Starts to intensify with Jackson joining the group. Sound like someone just, sounded like a chain or something just popping there. Caution out. There's definitely a cart down the bottom of Corkscrew. Sounded like a chain, actually. I heard the revs. Let's go back to that race for second, third, and fourth. Gapping them just a little bit there. But I'm sure they will close up once more. Boswell's in fifth. What happened to Braun? Braun has gone. It was Braun. Braun's the one I think that might have just popped that chain. That's a drama, a tragedy for Braun. Looking strong in fifth place in this final, all the way from Mulberry. He's got to thank engines by Dane Hart and Liquid Action. Gutted, look at the body language as he stands on flag point 5. You want to stand on the podium, not in a flag point. Still Phipps in second place, J.O. in third, Oscar Jackson fourth, Boswell in fifth. Sixth place now then will be the 31 of Ethan Church. Seventh is the 48 of Matthew Johnston. Eighth place then for 15, Dylan Jessup. Ninth is the 93. Top 10 for the 37 of Taylor Mitchell. As we're in the single digits. Lap counter ticking by here in this final. Dr. Plummer sponsored, Rotax Max Junior. Just 2 more finals after this. VMR, your final at 3:45. 15:45 is release time for VMR. Manson crosses the stripe. We've got 8 to go. Manson might catch that group of 3 that are about 100 metres down the track from him. And already one of them's come in. The 77 of Aston Thornton has come in. That left the 24 of Holland and I think the 33. Oh, I'll confirm that next time by. Phipps is still in second place. Jay Irwin hasn't got by. Oscar Jackson a couple of cart lengths further back. Boswell would certainly love something to happen to those 3. Start repassing, although he might just be a little bit too far back to do anything about it. Here's this great race between these 2 drivers. This is the 23. It was the 23, not 33. So Jacob Lucas in the 23, holding out the 24 of Ethan Holland. But Manson is closing on them quickly, and he's going to disrupt their fun. They'll have to come in if he gets by, certainly once they get those blue flags. 7 on the board. Be 6 next time by as Manson heads up and along the main straight. And Manson is reeling them in quickly. The blue lights and flags will start waving. These 2 youngsters who are having so much fun and having a great race out there will have to come in. Manson will go by. So race done for Lucas and Holland. Great scrap between those 2. Phipps now has stretched away. Here comes Oscar Jackson. Jackson attacks down the inside. Goes a little bit deep under braking on the exit and allows Jay Owen back through for third. But Phipps is up the plan and he's found some pace from somewhere and stretched away. 5 to go. Is the double on for Sebastian Manson. Phipps in second spot. Third place is Jay Irwin, but what can Oscar Jackson do about it here in fourth? He had a look up the inside. Did he show his hand just a little bit too early? Jay Owen, he'll be once bitten, twice shy. Up over the curbs and then the drop down through corkscrew. I love it how they disappear and then appear back at the bottom of those bags and corkscrew. Such an awesome part of this racetrack. It's what makes it so unique in New Zealand. 37, well, wide. I thought he's coming down the chute then. Taylor Mitchell from Hamilton. He wants to thank Jumpflex, MRX and Brand Impact Signs. Manson, 4 to go. Well, he's going to start listening to the chains and every nut and bolt that's rattling on that cart. Anxious moments for the crews. This is when they start to get a bit anxious and think, oh, did I prepare that cart right? Did I tighten those bolts enough? Are those wheel bolts tight? There's nothing you can do about it once you send them out the gate. 15, Dylan Jessup, working over Matthew Johnston in the 48 cart, the Pool and Spa maintenance driver. 3 to go. Just 3 laps to go in the APL Windows Solution CIK Trophy of New Zealand for Rotax Max Junior. Big thank you to Dr. Plummer. Really appreciate having you on board this weekend. Manson about to complete another lap. 2 to go. Bips in second position. Jay Owen still trying to stay in front of Oscar Jackson. Jay Owen had a look back. Jackson gets in the draft. He's close enough to do that along the main straight. He's got to be close enough to have another run down the inside at Clubhouse. He is closing in on Irwin. Irwin's going to go mid-track line on through the infield, then drops back to the outside at Clubhouse. Jackson not close enough this time. Starting to run out of laps, so Jackson for that top 2 position. Top 3 position it'll be with Pips further up the track than them. 1 to go, last lap borders out for Sebastian Manson for a wheel-perfect weekend. Round through the infield. Keep your eyes on 3rd and 4th. Jay Irwin under pressure, looks over his right shoulder. Jackson's right there. Here's Phipps in 2nd place. Jay Irwin's going to have to defend this corner. He does so. Gets a little bit of a contact. Contact down there at Clubhouse, but they stay in position, and that is it. I think that would be the challenge over for Jackson. Fortunate not to turn them both round. And Jay Irwin's got the gap. Manson's won it. 2 championships in a weekend for the unbelievable Sebastian Manson here this weekend. Both dominating performances. Incredible driving from the Manson's TCLM driver out of Mount Wellington. Well done, Ashton Phipps, finishing up runner-up. He wants to thank Lascon Motorsport, Urban Performance, and PK. And finally getting a top 3 result. The National Schools champ, Jay Owen from Tokoroa, part of the Jot Hart Racing team. Well done, Oscar Jackson as well, top 4. That was a stunning effort. Riley Boswell finishes up in 5th place from Hamilton. And a top 6 for the 15 of Dylan Jessup from Canterbury. Well, just the 2 finals to go. Release time of 3:45 for Vortex Mini Rock. 20-lap final. You got to watch that. Could the driver and guardian, please, of DBS Junior drivers number 4 and NS, please come and see the steward, please. DBS Junior, the guardian and driver of carts number 4 and NS to see the stewards, please. Plenty of VMR drivers parked up on the grid ready to go. These youngsters are raring to give you some action and entertainment in their final. Still 11 minutes away from that release time. VMR brought to you by Machine Shop Hamilton. Go through the grid just about as they're ready to be released. Well done though again to Sebastian Manson. 2 fantastic championship wins this weekend at CIK. Almost release time for Vortex Mini Rock. If you're not hanging off the fence, race fans, you need to make your way over now. Let's fill up the gallery. It is the Machine Shop Hamilton Vortex Mini Rock 20-lap final for the CIK Trophy of New Zealand alongside APL Windows Solutions. This massive lineup of 25 karters. Marco Manson, it's marvellous Marco Manson from grid position number 1. Miles Baker will go from 2. William Edmondson from 3. Carson Daly goes on grid 4. Harrison Shaw on 5. Luke McMillan goes grid 6. Lucas Bell off 7. Jack McGrath from 8. Cooper Inslee on 9. Grayson Stowe will go from grid 10. Max Amon on 11. Cy Finney-Moore from 12. Henry Fisher grid 13. Jackson Fawcett will go on grid 14. Amelia Phillips from 15. Nixton Frost on grid 16 with Edward Meyer on 17. Jack Phillips, grid 18. Grid 19 for Braden Watson. Lucas Thane from grid 20. Grid 21, Sean Holland. Will Davis off grid. Will Davey off grid 22. Trip Taylor from grid 23. Jasmine Alders will go from grid 24. That is stacked, packed and racked. Here we go. We're getting ready for 20. Marco Manson has already seen Sebastian, his older brother, make it 2 championship wins in CIK. Can he do the trifecta? Manson's TCLM from Mount Wellington on pole. 88, Miles Baker, Hamilton youngster. He's got the local fans cheering him on. Dr. Plummer, Road Civil, CSR Electrical. Check out this field. We've got plenty for 20. This is the final. Formation's already looking good. Edmondson and Daly on that second row. Shaw and McMillan on row 3. Oh, that charge down turn 1. There'll be a few hearts in the mouths as they work their way through those first 2 corners to sort themselves out on the opening lap. Machine Shop Hamilton, a massive thank you for your sponsorship of this class this weekend. VMR about to go. They will get the lights this time as they come to face the start. Just a straggler at the back who'll join up into the group. They come up over the mountain. Who will lead the charge into turn 1? Lights out. Great start, Manson. Edmondson gets a good run down the inside into second place as well. Third place, Baker. Daly's in 4th. Everybody clean through 1 and 2. Now they'll sort themselves out through the infield. There's a little bit of pushing and shoving going on further back, but it's Manson, Edmondson, Baker fighting it out with Carson Daly. Shell's in 5th place, then 77 of Jack McGrath from Dunedin. Manson will want to try and run away. They head up to the top hairpin. You can see the gap between 1st and 2nd. Manson's trying to do what Sebastian did. If Big Bro can do it, so can I, is what Marco's saying to himself right now. Head down, he is focused. Here comes Carson Daly into 3rd place. Man, he was fast through turn number 1. Carried so much momentum. Went round the outside of Baker, made that pass. Shell's under pressure as well for his spot up in the top 5. Down and past the commentary position here. Let's go back past Shell. It's still the 77 of McGrath. In behind McGrath, we will have the 6 of Grayson Stowe from Hawke's Bay. Grayson's come from grid number 10 up into top 6. We know he's carried some good pace this weekend. Perhaps just hasn't put himself in the right place, right time. Has he got it all figured out in this final? Top 4, slight breakaway over 5th place. Manson in front. He's not driving away, because Edmondson is keeping him honest. Oh, a little bit out of shape there for the 3NZ. Manson's pushing so hard. He almost dropped a wheel up high off turn number 1, and that's closed up the gap. We could go freight train. We certainly are from about 6th place further back. Manson, Edmondson, Daly, Baker, Shao, Grayson, Stowe. Then it's another Hawke's Bay youngster there as well. Luke McMillan in the 76 in front of the 77. Plenty of looking around in this group. Early days, sorting themselves out still. Manson, strong off the top hairpin. Edmondson dropped a couple of cart links. Can he get a bit of a toe on the run down into turn one? Manson will want to keep it clean this time as they run through that fast first turn here at Porter Group Park Raceway. And Daly is starting to work over Edmondson for second place. Keep an eye on Carson Daly. He's going to do the dive. Here he comes. Edmondson slams it shut. No way through. None of these kids are going to give this up. Baker's still there in fourth place. Grayson Stowe now fifth place. His Shell's gone back to sixth in the 82. Huge freight trains through the back of the field from around about 12th place onwards. And Manson's gap has reduced once again. Edmondson will get a toe along the main straight. Let's have a look at turn number one. He closes within a cart length. Gets momentum off the turn in behind Manson. Manson we've seen make a mistake at this corner before. He's right up high on the curbs again. And that allows Edmondson within a cart length through the infield. Will we see some dive bombs? Not this time because Manson's strong. Doesn't even have to defend it. Edmondson, though, carrying good speed, closes up on the run down into Corkscrew. There's nothing in it. Cable tie those two kids together. That's how close it is out on the racetrack. And Carson Daly is lurking in behind there like a predator in the ocean. He's about to take a bite out of those top two. They all look back. Still fourth place for Baker. Baker's looking for pace. He tucks back in behind the NASA panel. He's got to stay in contention with that top three. Edmondson again will challenge. Here comes Carson Daly. Daly making it a three-way scrap for these top three places here. And Baker will desperately try and catch up to them. He's about 3 cart lengths back. Down past the commentary once again. You can see Manson's running a very wide line. Here comes the move by Carson Daly and the switch back by Edmondson. Who will get the advantage? It is Daly that goes through for second place. Edmondson is back to third. And Baker has been given the gift to get the toe along the main straight. Up to the top hairpin. Still Manson. What has Daly got for him? Carson Daly, who's had tremendous speed this weekend. Has he got outright pace now to catch the race leader? He's not in the draft. He's going to have to drive it forward to catch up to 3NZ. I don't think Manson's going to make too many mistakes in this final. This is the one that counts. No one remembers who won Heat 1 and Heat 2 yesterday. Even the pre-final for that matter. Edmondson a little bit hot up in the clubhouse. Perhaps just reminding Carson Daly that we need to go. We've got to get going, because Manson is a few cart lengths up in front of us and we want to put on a show for the fans. We got 14 to go. Off the top turn, Manson hasn't really opened the gap, but neither are the other three drivers able to close it. Carson Daly just looking vulnerable down into turn one, side by side with Edmondson. And here comes Baker as well. Baker fires it up the inside. Now, Edmondson's the one that was coming on because Carson Daly just seemed to lose a little bit of pace over those couple of laps. And that's given Manson the lead that he needs at the moment to not relax, but certainly not have the pressure of someone up his exhaust pipe. Baker's in third. Carson Daly, Grayson Stowe, Harrison Shell. Then it's the 26 of Lucas Bell in front of the 77 of Jack McGrath. 39 Cooper Inslee, 76 McMillan. Then go to the 33 of Lucas Thane and 7 of Jack Phillips. Before they all drop out of view through that corkscrew, here's a cool race developing as well. 48 cart there. That, of course, is Will Davey. And he's just in front of the 11 of Jasmine Alders, the Cocoon Tiny Homes driver. While Manson driving the wheels off the TCL in number 3. Secured that number plate down in Christchurch at the Canterbury Club last Easter. And, of course, we'll defend it and maybe go one better as now we see the 88 of Baker come through. Edmondson makes contact with Daly. Daly's gone back to 4th place, and this is playing absolutely into the hands of Manson. He will continue to open the gap. KZ2, your release time for your final is 20 minutes past 4. KZ2, release time for your final, 20 minutes past 4. Contact here at the corkscrew. You could hear the gallery. That alerted me to that. It's all clear there now as they take those yellows away. Manson in front. Well, can they catch him? They've got 11 laps to go. Here comes Daly once again. Baker's the one who's got to try and make a run towards him. As Carson Daly's come back through on Edmondson. And if they keep repassing, they're never going to catch Manson up in front. Manson, who took the lead straight away off pole position, led the charge through turn number 1 to open a gap. There's a 23 down here of Edward Meyer. There's the 4 card as well, Amelia Phillips from Manawatu. Sponsored by Palmerston North Automotive Limited, Napa Auto Parts. Great 3-way battle with the 17 card of Jackson Fawcett from Auckland in front there. And 75 was the one that had issues, Trip Taylor from Tokoroa, the respectable Plumber Limited racer. Manson in front. Has that gap decreased? I think it has. Miles Baker is actually driving away a little bit from 3rd and 4th. So I think Baker's possibly just slightly quicker at the moment. And we're half race distance in this final. Brought to you by Machine Shop Hamilton. So many races in a race here in this final. Here's another great race that's playing out on the track at the moment. Of course, with the 17, Fawcett in front of the 48, the 11, then the 75 having to regroup after having issues down there at Corkscrew. And the lead is definitely decreasing. Baker is coming on. Baker has come on. Has the kart set up gone away from Manson? We are mid-race with 9 to go. And Baker is chasing down Manson out in front. Cooper Inslee in the 39 card. He's in front of 76 McMillan. 9 out there is Henry Fisher, Canterbury. He wants to thank Hayden. And, of course, Mag and Turbo. There's a pass further back on the infield as well. Almost a pass. Trying to make that move, I think, was the 11. Keep an eye on the top 4. Baker is closing. Baker is closing in on Manson. Marvellous Marco Manson's going to have to pull out another trick from the magic bag because Baker is coming on fast. And if Baker makes the move, will Daly and Edmondson be back in it? That's what we want to see at the end, a 4-way scrap for this championship. I'm sure Manson's crew don't want to see that, but we definitely do up here in the commentary tower. And have a look, almost in the draft for Baker. These are the 2 that started on the front row. Manson on pole, Baker on 2. The big guns from the pre-final. And it's big guns firing in this final now through turn 2 as we've got 7 laps to go. Carson Daly's coming as well. Looks like Edmondson's challenge might be just fading a little bit back there in 4th, but never discount him off the top 3. And here is Baker. Baker's in there. He's there. He's on Manson's bumper as they drop off through Corkscrew. Daly will see what's going on in front of him. And I'll tell you, Daly's going pretty quick. And just one pass from Baker will make the difference. Manson defends up at the top hairpin. He's in the draft though, Baker, as they come along the main straight. Through the squeeze, up over the crest. And we'll have 6 to go. There's lap traffic in front. Here comes Baker to the inside at 1. Backs out of it because Manson kept his foot on the loud pedal. We're going to have blueies out for the drivers in front. They won't want to let them get involved in what's going out on the action for the race leaders. 75 will go up the chute. Smart move for the number 75. Trip Taylor goes down the chute early. Manson out in front. Baker in second place. Daly, Edmondson. They will catch lap traffic up the top of the circuit. As we see already that both Manson and Baker will have to go by on the inside. Can they drive past cleanly as they come down into 1? Manson caught up in behind one of the lap drivers. Goes through on the inside. Baker comes through also as well. Good work by the lappers there. Carson Daly's the next one. He fires it up the inside. Goes through. He's got a lap driver in front of him that has to swing up wide out of Clubhouse. Here's the race leader, Manson. Baker on the inside. Daly. Then it's Inslee. Edmondson in the 36. 39 of Cooper Inslee still in 4th. He needs to find another 10th or 2 with these closing laps. Only have 4 to go. Along the main straight, Manson tucks in. Baker tucks in. Well, this is going to be a shootout. 1 kart length is the gap. Manson's withstood everything. He's starting to throw that kart around. The setup may be going away a little bit from Manson, but he's still driving it hard. He threw it into turn 2. He's still running that outside line down here at Clubhouse, but I don't think he'll keep doing that for 4 laps now. Not with Baker as close to him. Carson Daly third. He'd love to be further up the racetrack, but he's not quite there at the moment. Neither is the 36 of William Edmondson. Let's have a look at the race lead once again. 3 laps to go next time by. 3 long laps, tense laps. For everyone watching in the gallery, here comes Baker. Baker to the inside. They go side by side, and Manson drove a brave corner, kept his foot hard in it. He is not giving this up to Baker. He is not letting him have it. He's going to have to absolutely work for it if he wants it, and Manson wants it more. Through the Clubhouse corner, hit the ripple strip. Baker still in second, Daly in third, Edmondson in fourth, Grayson Stowe fifth. 6th place now with a lunge up the inside for the 26 of Lucas Bell over Harrison Shell in the 77 of Jack McGrath. Cooper Inslee's there in the 39, McMillan in the 76 and the 9 of Henry Fisher. 2 laps to go for the race leaders as they charge up over the hill. Baker in behind Manson, trying to pressure him into a mistake. We haven't seen a mistake yet. Both these drivers driving flawless through the infield, absolutely flat out. Here comes a move. I think Baker's going to have a look. No, he doesn't. He decides to set up in behind. It's only 2.5 laps to go. Time is running out. Carson Daly in third. Maybe that's where he's going to end up on the podium. You never know. That is the beauty of motorsport. No change of position at the top hairpin either. Baker again in the draft. They both tuck down at the same time. There'll be 2 to go. Absolutely tense moments for everyone watching. Tense moments for the drivers. They've got to remember to breathe. Just breathe and relax and keep banging in those fast laps and make the others make the mistakes. Daly's in third. In Edmondson can't do anything about it in fourth. Look at Manson defend. Manson defended right down the inside, but he's just given away his move. And it's the last lap. The last lap board is out. We're already on the last lap. We had 2 on the board, and there's a move up the top. The change of position side by side. Absolutely, and Edmondson's in front. Baker I'm talking about. I'm getting all confused myself. The run to the flag. Baker has won it. Baker has stolen it. Miles Baker, take your bow, young man. You have just wowed the crowd and given it plenty for 20. And will take a CIK Trophy of New Zealand Championship. Manson, you deserve a bow as well, young man, but he will be disappointed to finish second. Carson Daly finished up in third on the podium. Edmondson for fourth. How about that, race fans? I told you to come and watch it. I don't lie to you. BMR's just so good. Machine Shop Hamilton, you picked the right class to sponsor this weekend. I got so excited myself, I was a lap out. I didn't even notice that last lap board come on, and it was game on up the top hairpin. Baker made a move, went side by side with Manson. Drag race, it was NHRA American drag racing up the hill, and Baker just had the advantage, and it was the only time he led the race was when he led it up across the finish line. Stunning, unbelievable. KZ2, you got a tough act to follow, boys. You're up next at 20 minutes past 4, the last final of an awesome weekend of karting. Can we believe that we're up to the final 28-lap final of the weekend for the APL Windows Solutions CIK Trophy of New Zealand, and it will be KZ2, brought to you by SD European. What an awesome weekend of karting. Fantastic Rotax Mini Rock final. Unfortunately, it looks like there will be a drop down for one of the drivers in that field, and you'll have to wait for the official results and that prize giving to find out what that result of that was. Let's have a look at the grid though for KZ2 as the drivers get ready to do battle. About 1 minute from release time. It is the 30 of Matt Kinsman, who will start on pole position. Alongside him, the 62 of Dan Bray. Jason Lee will go from grid 3, Ryan Grant from grid 4, Luke Thompson on 5, Clay Osborne 6, Marcus Armstrong grid 7, William Exton grid 8. Luca Burns will go from 9, Scott Manson on 10, Liam Lawson grid 11, Josh Parkinson grid 12 for the final. Michael Adolph grid 13, Kevin Storr will go from 14, Mitchell Sparrow on 15, Tony Walker from grid 16, Henry Gelb will go from grid 17, Reece Tinney off 18, Tim Loughran from 19, David Malcolm from grid 20, grid 21 for Dylan Bryan. That was the confirmed grid handed to me up here in the comm box. KZ2, the final. 28 laps. SD European, big thank you to your sponsorship of KZ2 racing this weekend. Who will be the 2022 champion? A CIK Trophy of New Zealand title up for grabs. Has Ryan Grant saved his best for last? Experience versus youth. Just been handed results now for Vortex Mini Rock. Hasn't been signed off, but it does have the penalties listed on it. And we will have a win in Vortex Mini Rock for the 3NZ of Marco Manson. Manson taking the win from the 97 of Carson Daly, 36 of William Edmondson, and unfortunately the 88 of Miles Baker with a penalty, 5 second for a drop down, will finish up in 4th, 6 of Grayson Stowe in 5th, 26 of Lucas Bell, top 6. Despite the result, that was the race of the weekend. The big guns of karting out on the track for the last final of the weekend. And I want to say, wherever you're driving back tonight, please be safe on our roads. We want to see you back at a track sometime soon. Maybe it'll be at Pro Karts in 2 weeks' time. I'll be in Tokoroa. I certainly hope you can come as well. Kinsman, pole position start. Bray on 2, Lee on 3, Grant from 4, Thompson on 5, Osborne from 6, Marcus Armstrong. The Formula 2 driver will go from 7, Exton on 8, Luca Burns on 9, Manson on 10, Liam Lawson, the second of the Formula 2 FIA drivers, goes from 11, Parkinson will go from 12. That's the first 6 rows of the grid. Will tyre wear be an issue in this race? And I'll tell you what, we have been really lucky with that weather today. Forecast to rain all day, but we know that hasn't been the case. Warming up on the grid. Crucial front row starts will be needed for Kinsman and Bray. They've both had starting issues this weekend. The last few carts come into line on the grid. Let's have a look, see, wait for the wave of the flag at the back. The green is up, the red is being taken off the track. We're about to go racing. CIK Trophy of New Zealand. Who will make the start in KZ2? It's Kinsman. Contact. Around about row 3. And it's Kinsman in front of Bray. Grant's in third. Fourth place, Clay Osborne. Fifth place is the 42 of Exton. Here comes Liam Lawson. What a start for Liam Lawson. Kart number 10 from Hamilton. The Josh Hart Racing IKS race engines of Lawson has come from grid 11 and is up top 4. The FIA Formula 2 driver. You can see the toe out, not looking too good on that 31 of Luke Thompson. His race is done. Well, is Lawson on for a podium here today? It is still Kinsman from Bray. Ryan Grant, Clay Osborne, Lawson, Exton. Then it's Manson. Manson's made a good start. Jason Lee's the one that dropped back. Michael Adolph's there in the 5 cart. Then it's Mitchell Sparrow. Definitely a change through the race order there after that issue around about the 3rd and 4th rows. Constantine had everyone up. Ryan Grant's putting pressure on here. Have a look at this 3rd and 4th place battle. Clay Osborne, I think, has come through to 3rd. One of the rookies in KZ2, but we know the class of Clay Osborne. A national champion at senior level just a year ago. Not at KZ2 though. But how quickly he has come on in this class. Parkinson working over Sparrow. Sparrow's second ever event in a KZ2. He finished on the podium at City of Sales, but the pace is a little bit more hot here tonight. Kinsman opened up a gap over Dan Bray. Bray cannot afford to let that happen. 25 laps to go. I know we've got a lot of racing left, but you cannot let Kinsman get away. The International Karting Supplies driver pulling away from the 62 of Dan Bray. NZ Motorsport Paralyn. Third place there for Clay Osborne. Ryan Grant. Where's Marcus Armstrong on this track? We'll have to have a look around and see where the number 9 is. The WKS Kartstore driver using Jacob Douglas's KZ2 and his race suit. Parkinson having a look to the inside. Makes a pass on the 5. I think of Michael Adolph that was from Auckland that got passed by the 89. There's Armstrong. Armstrong got a bad start. Perhaps he was one of the ones caught up in that starting issue because he's behind the 20 of Reece Tinney, just in front of 54 of Kevin Storr. Masters driver out there who's having such a great race with the 93 of Regan Hall in that pre-final. Unfortunately, no Regan Hall in this final. Kinsman's still out in front. Hasn't extended the lead anymore. Dan Bray, perhaps that can't maybe start to slowly come on. Ideally want to see these drivers mixing it up, battling for these podium positions. Lawson still on the back of the 64 of Ryan Grant. Ryan Grant would have been one of the drivers that Liam Lawson looked up to back in the day. Ryan Grant was undisputably the fastest shifter kart driver in the country for a long time. And Lawson, as a young junior driver, would have been looking at Ryan Grant, thinking, I want to be like that guy. Still Kinsman from Dan Bray. Bray with the gap over Clay Osborne. Jason Lee down the inside, makes his move on Exton. Parkinson now focusing on the 69 of Manson. Scotty Manson from Canterbury, the New Zealand Post NZ Motorsport driver. He's shown a good turn of speed here in this KZ2 this weekend. There was issues on the track somewhere for 51 Dylan Bryant. He's at the rear of the field at the moment. But we see Kinsman maintaining his gap with 21 to go. You see the brake lights on Kart just over the other side of the track, and you think for a second that there's a red light. Fortunately, the drivers can't see over the fence to see that. I can see it up here. Gave me a bit of a heart-stop moment thinking, oh no, we've got reds. No, we haven't. 14 there, that's Tim Loughran from Hawke's Bay in Czech New Home Builders. Struggled with pace this weekend, the number 14. The challenge on third and fourth. Ryan Grant trying to make it move on Clay Osborne, and that will tighten up the 10 of Liam Lawson and the 45 of Jason Lee. Jason Lee has caught that group, and we know how fast Jason's been here this weekend. Parkinson gives Madsen a hurry up. He says, come on, mate, I've got carts on my tail as well. Kinsman's looking so strong. It's very rare that Kinsman gives up a race lead. He is so smooth, so fast. We'll look to, I hope, defend that Pro Kart Series Championship in a couple of weeks when it kicks off at Tokoroa. Please get your entries in. Don't wait. Here comes Lawson. Lawson up the inside. Makes his move on Clay Osborne. Jason Lee tried to get in there. It was side by side, but Osborne had to run down the corkscrew. Only drops one spot, but Liam Lawson is making his way forward. Could be the best race of the weekend for Lawson. Got involved in a bit of an incident there in that pre-final. Has not fazed him. Kinsman still out in front. Dan Bray in second. Ryan Grant in third. It is experience over youth in this final at the moment. Ryan Grant closes up on Dan Bray. In behind Exton, it's now the 89 of Parkinson, who has managed to get by the 69. Manson's gone back one. 70 of Henry Gelb. There's Walker in the number 4, the Gap and Phil Urban Quarry Dr. Plummer sponsored driver. Pleased I've been able to mention all of these sponsors. Cautions out at Corkscrew. Who was that? 51's come down the chute. Could be Armstrong. Is it Armstrong, cart number 9? We'll have a look. Here comes Ryan Grant. Grant fires it to the inside at Clubhouse on Dan Bray. Well, Liam Lawson could be up for a podium if he can get by. And I haven't seen the 9 come by, so it is unfortunately the WKS Kart Store 9 of Liam Lawson. Sponsored by Armstrongs and DP Homes. And his final is over. So good to have these guys back. We've got a driver slowing down out on the track. Who is that? Is that Clay Osborne? No. It's Liam Lawson. Lawson is gone now. Within the space of less than a lap, we've lost the 2 Formula 2 FIA drivers. Lawson will park it up on 2. Well, their bad run continues. And when they go back to Europe and they tell their stories of New Zealand karting, I think they'll have to say, well, mate, it was just a little bit tougher than we thought it was going to be. It is a fast pace out here in this class. KZ2 out in front. We've got world-class drivers here. Here comes Jason Lee. Jason Lee's going to dive to the inside on Dan Bray. Change up in the podium there as Bray goes back to 4th. Exton's in 5th. 6th place here is Parkinson. Well, Parky from grid 12 might yet salvage something out of the weekend. And that's important for the KartStars Series points. We'll see him at Pro Kart in 2 weeks' time. We better. I've already arranged the accommodation for Fraser. Well, this race is really starting to come alive in those minor places, but look at Kinsman out in front, the Sodi IKS driver. Ryan Grant's in 2nd place. Jason Lee is in 3rd. 4th place, Dan Bray. Then it's Exton, Parkinson, Clay Osborne, Sparrow, Adolf, Tinney, Manson, Kevin Storr, David Malcolm, Henry Gelb, Tim Loughran. Still got one more karter out on the track as it comes through the infield. And that's the 14. Loughran that was. It was Walker that went by before, and the number 4 used to be Loughran's number. Kinsman in front. Kinsman is driving away. We're over half race distance. Ryan Grant second, Jason Lee. Here comes Parkinson. Parky up to the inside now on Exton. Moves through for 5th position. 7 places gained for Josh. Kevin Storr leading over Malcolm in the 18. Henry Gelb, then Tony Walker. So it is Loughran in the 14. Loughran might not finish this race because Kinsman is only about 100 metres up the racetrack, or down the racetrack from him. 12 laps to go. Ryan Grant second. Does reliability come into this race now with 12 to go? Clay Osborne under pressure from Sparrow. Mitch having a better drive in this final. David Malcolm to the inside on Kevin Storr. The Masters driver has to concede. The 18 Carter Malcolm goes by. Blue flags are waving. Blue lights are on for Tim Loughran. He will know. He backs it down, raises the hand. That's exactly what you got to do when there's a driver about to pass you and put you a lap down. So race done for Loughran. 64 Grant second place. Jason Lee's in third. 4th place is Bray. 5th place is Parkinson. And I'll tell you what, Parky's got the pace and he might even be able to find his way past Dan Bray. Let's have a look up the top hairpin this time. Parkinson to the inside for 4th. Parky's got through. Can he snatch a top 3 podium? Dan Bray tries to fight back. We know how fast those engines are of Dan Bray's, but there's not many faster through the first corner than the 89 of Parkinson. He thinks he's driving a simulator. He's bulletproof in the 89. He will now go after the 45 of Jason Lee. Kinsman absolutely fantastic out in front. How does he do it? I don't know how that guy does it. He's so good, so often, in every condition you can throw at him. You could cover this track in ice and I bet you'd still go out and win a final. Henry Gelb still got the better of Walker. We are in single digits with 9 to go for Kinsman. International Karting Supplies. A great mentor to many drivers, gives up his time willingly. That's another one of the reasons I don't know how he manages to do what he does on a race day, because he's not just working on his own gear. He's so busy. Here comes Parkinson. Parky's on the podium. In behind Ryan Grant now in second place. Can he close up on him? Josh Parkinson from grid 12 is driving a blinder. Finished second at City of Sales last weekend. 8 to go. Parkinson's pushing hard. That car almost leaping off turn 1. Jason Lee in 4th, 5th place, Dan Bray. 6th place is the 42 of Exton. Then it's 71 Sparrow, Michael Adolf, Clay Osborne, Reese Tinney, Manson. Fitness definitely coming to play. You can see some of these drivers just not able to push as hard through this full race as they have earlier. 28 laps, it's a long way around the shifter cart. If you're not fit, you will not last that pace. It's going to drop off. 7 to go. Parkinson is closing on Ryan Grant, but Ryan Grant's going to be tough to pass. There's not many, and perhaps none, more experienced in KZ2 racing, except for maybe Graham Smythe, who unfortunately isn't here with us this weekend. Would have loved to have had Smythe in this field. And Parkinson's getting closer to Grant for 2nd and 3rd. It's game on, race on down there for Parky and Ryan Grant. Grant's got to try and contain one of the young drivers. 6 to go for Kinsman. Through the infield, down into Clubhouse. Keep your eyes on 2nd and 3rd. Ryan Grant will know he's closing. He'll just want to keep pushing to the end. A tyre's an issue for these drivers now. We know Parkinson was parked up for a while in that pre-final. He had a throttle linkage issue. That's what it put him back so far. Meant he also had fresher tyres for the final. 5 to go for Kinsman. Henry Gelb is still in front of Tony Walker. These two have been racing for, maybe about the last 15 laps. Here comes Kinsman through past Clubhouse. Every time he comes by, he rails the same point of the track, the same gear shift, the same place, the same exit. Everything's the same with Kinsman. The man's a robot. And Parkinson now has really put the hammer on Ryan Grant for that second place position. Grant defends it up the top hairpin. Parkinson will have to try and get in the draft and have a big run down into turn one, where they go from about 140k down to, I don't know, maybe 70k, and on the brakes, and it's Parkinson through for second. From grid 12 to second place for the 89 from Auckland. The Mount Wellington driver makes the move through. Sponsored, no sponsors. He'd like to thank Fraser Parkinson for every bit of money, and maybe his mum as well, for all the money that goes into his karting. And he is driving away from Ryan Grant. 3 to go. Final 3 laps of a stunning APL Windows Solution CIK Trophy of New Zealand. Tony Walker ran off the racetrack. Sort of did the favour there to the 30 of Kinsman. Also we see Henry Geld come down the chute. Their race is done. Well, is the podium slot set? Is it done? Kinsman, Parkinson, did he miss a gear shift of Clubhouse? Let's certainly hope he hasn't got a selector issue. Ryan Grant's there in third. I'll pick up the rest of those top 6 positions next time by. That's when we will have, well, 2 laps to show on the board. Here's Kinsman out on his own. You got to wonder really how he does this, tearing apart the best shifter kart drivers this country can offer and making it kind of look a little bit easy, which we know it isn't. Parkinson in second. This is where he missed a gear last time by. Seems to be okay this time. Ryan Grant's in third. Sparrow's in fourth. Mitchell Sparrow top 4. Then it's Adolf 5th. Jason Lee 6th. Dan Bray has faded to 7th. Reece Tinney is 8th. Manson 9th. Then it's Exton. And the final run to the checkered flag. That is how you do it, race fans. KZ2, a CIK Trophy of New Zealand. No, it isn't. I'm a lap ahead of myself. I'm excited again. The light was already on. We got one more. Just trying to fake you all out. We just want one more lap of action to see these beasts coming through. Kinsman's that far in front. It gets a little confusing. Here's the checker. Now I can say it. Kinsman has done it. He's run it. He's won it. A CIK Trophy of New Zealand Championship 2022. And arguably the second best drive, definitely a second best drive of that final from grid 12 to second place for the 89 of Josh Parkinson. Third place on the podium will go to one of the legends of KZ2 racing, the 62 of Ryan Grant. Mitchell Sparrow backing up as third at City of Sales with a top 4 in CIK. Michael Adolf is 5th, top 6 for Jason Lee. Well, there you go, race fans, it's done. We're over. What a weekend. Thank you, Kartsport Hamilton. You guys have done an absolutely blinder of a job. Thank you to all the officials. Thanks to everyone that's made this event possible. We know who you are. You're the unsung heroes of this event. Please be safe on the roads where you're heading back. Could be a lot of traffic out and about. Maybe when you're heading back up north, if that convoy's still on its way through from up north as well, just be mindful of that. But what a stunner of a weekend. Thank you, Mr. Weatherman, for getting it wrong. It didn't rain all day. It was red hot out on the track. Well done to all our champions. Commiserations to everybody else. And we'll see you in 2 weeks' time at Pro Karts. Make sure you get those entries in. It's going to be an awesome event for round 1 at Tokoroa. Just the presentations to go, the official presentations at the end of Tech.